I'm Frank. Yeah, it's been kind of they have some friends. We get all that awesome yes. Like this. I'm gonna wait. I'll take a minute. Yeah. Is that all right? Yeah. Yeah, I know. Give it to. I remember Chief Manager.
Nice. I can look.
Oh yeah.
LED.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's super sweet that she's with the nines. Yeah.
So I don't know how my friends.
You know,
Okay. And the object is a art. I don't know what it's called.
Testing. I'm gonna start the recording.
I know these are art. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Recording in progress.
Good evening, everybody. It is Tuesday, May 9th, 2023 at 4:32 p.m. This is a special city council meeting for the 2023 priority setting and strategic roadmap retreat amongst council. I wanted to welcome everybody. And before we proceed, I'd like to call this meeting to order and ask Council Member Cyrus if he can lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So please stand if you're able. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Thank you. Madam City Clerk, if you can take the roll.
Yes. Let me try that again.
That's the Hayward City Council meeting in remix.
Okay, we'll give it a try. Thank you. Good evening, Councilmember Andrews.
Present. Councilmember Bonilla Jr.
That's it.
Councilmember Goldstein.
Present.
Present. Councilmember Cyrus.
Present.
Councilmember Sermano. It's not present at the time. As Mayor, please.
Present. Thank you. I'd like to move on to, we have a special presentation today. It is, for those who don't know, it is a Public Service Recognition Week. And I believe we have, well, I'll tell you what, how many individual units do we have here today? We have 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, all right. Okay, good. I'm trying to think how we should do this. Why don't we do this? Why don't we have the units that are here? How about we have them sort of maybe stand up over here and I can present, I can give these to, and I'll hand these over to you and then I'll raise.
Mayor Sines.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You want something?
Yes. Yeah. Stand over here by the flag. Yeah. Come over here to the front. Yeah. And then I believe that's it. And then we have a jar.
We just started.
You bet. All right. Perfect. All right. Well, I'll tell you before I read this, and I'm sure the council would absolutely agree with this. You know, we do a lot of different things here in the city. In the city, we are this. Here, for the SEIU folk.
Yeah, there you go.
We do a lot of things in the building, and we do a lot of things out in the city. And but no doubt, what makes the city work are the men and women every day get up, rain or shine, and whatever the weather is, they come to work and they deliver it for the city. And these last couple of years have certainly been a test. And if the pandemic wasn't enough, then we had storms. And what was interesting about the storms is that considering all of the emails that we received during that December, January, February, it clearly was a multi-departmental effort to get out from underneath that. Everyone from public safety to to the water treatment plant, to the airport, to planning, the fire department, police department. And I even know like Mary's unit was in there, writing grants. I mean, there were, anybody affiliated with FEMA, we had FEMA. Anyway, my point is that I think at the end of the day, we would not be the city we are if it weren't for all of the work that you and your team members bring to us in the city. So in recognition of that, let me read this. Whereas public servants are the unsung heroes who profoundly do the work that keeps things moving at the federal, state, county, and city levels. And whereas the public servants employed by the city of Hayward are proud employees committed to providing excellent service to the Hayward community. And whereas the city of Hayward public employees take not only jobs, but oaths to protect, serve, and support the community, and are registered disaster workers who will return to work in the face of emergency to provide service and support to the Hayward community. And whereas many public servants, including police officers, firefighters, and others, risk their lives daily to protect life, property, and maintain a safe and clean environment for the community they serve. Whereas public servants include maintenance workers, clerical and administrative workers, analysts, animal care attendants, programmers, community service officers, computer technicians, attorneys, counselors, accountants, countless other occupations. Day in and day out, they provide and devise services demanded by the American people of their government at the federal and state level, and for those in their communities at the county and city level with efficiency and integrity. Now, therefore, I, Mark Salinas, Mayor of the City of Hayward, do proclaim the week of May 7th to May 13th, 2023 as Public Service Recognition Week. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Mayor, if I may, maybe have our HR director say a few words and accept, or I'm happy to say if you don't want to say it. Okay. It's not prepared to say any words, so I will just say that in my time here with the city, it is very clear that we should be recognizing our staff and city employees.
during this week, we have a number of engagement opportunities with staff that we're excited to share in with them and then offer if Ellie would like to say any other or additional words. If not, I will.
I want to say thank you to our entire city organization and team. Great. Thank you for you guys for being here and Saad as well. Really appreciate all of the partnership and work that we do every day that goes, probably a lot of it goes unrecognized, but if you woke up in the morning, you know, your life was touched by local government employees. And if you went to the bathroom, flushed the toilet, turned the water on, drove down the street, you know, all of those things. And so I think it's just such an honor to work for the city of Hayward. And I just want to thank all of our employees for an amazing job.
To the chaos for a moment. Can I ask all the council members to come on up? And I'll do a ceremonial kind of presentation of the proclamation to you, and then can't wait to see it. No, you got it.
We'll get a big
Actually, why don't we move forward? I guess stand as well.
Yes.
Sorry.
The fun you guys. Oh yeah.
We need
so much.
over here.
Accepting.
Here we go.
Hold on.
Oh,
You got side behind you.
okay.
Good. Good.
I mean, now 1, 2, 3. So it's like you guys are behind the screen and.
Thank you. Okay. So our next item is public comments, and this is reserved for anybody in the audience or online who would like to make a public comment on something that is on the agenda or not on the agenda. And so I'd like to open up for public comments. And let me first ask, is there anyone online that would like to make a public comment?
I don't see their hands raised.
Okay, seeing none, I'd like to turn to the public and see if there's anybody in the public that would like to make a public comment. Sure, absolutely.
Thank you.
And then if you can you bring the podium up a little bit? There you go, just so we can see it. Yeah, thank you.
Hello. Good day, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Roland Hull. I'm a code enforcement officer, inspector with the City of Hayward. I work with the community to protect the integrity of public health, safety, welfare, and to ensure the quality of life issues through prevention, protection, and enforcement relating to nuisances and violations of health and safety regulations for the Hayward community. I have worked for the City of Hayward just over 7 months. And I'm a proud member of the Local 21. I feel that my contributions, my work also make the City of Hayward work. Now, this week is Public Service Recognition Week. I wanted to extend my thanks to the council, the city, for all the nice things that city's leadership is doing for the employees. It feels wonderful to be appreciated with the week of the free coffees, hosting breakfast. I do appreciate the council for all that you do. Not just that. Sorry. Now, I'm joining my coworkers in asking that the city council and the city leadership recognize that Hayward employees are second to none. I've seen that firsthand. They're dedicated. They are an asset to my role as well as to the city. Hayward has indeed set a high standard. To attract, recruit, and maintain that high standard, our compensation and benefits must match that standard. Equity studies are taking place this year in Hayward. We ask you to recognize that the recruitment and retention of skilled employees means not settling for being in the middle of the market rate. Rather, we should proudly place Hayward at the top of the list. I believe we are. It's a great crew. Meaningful recognition is something we can achieve together. We look forward, as always, to working with the City Council and city leadership to ensure all City of Hayward employees receive recognition they deserve. We all know that Hayward is strongest when we are Hayward together. Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council, for all that you do.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Danny McGallis. I'm in my 19th year of serving the city as a water pollution control facility maintenance supervisor. I'm also the HAME president. HAME is the Hayward Association of Management Employees. I'm here today in solidarity with my colleagues from IFPTV and SEIU. Some of you are new and some of you remember that during the last round of contract negotiations, we formed an unprecedented coalition where we joined together and raised public awareness and united presence at council meetings, street parties, farmers market, as well as other events. It meant a lot that some of you took the time to stop and talk and listen. Mayor Salinas and council members, thank you for that. As we reach the end of the state of emergency, I think we can all agree that the pandemic did not stop the growth and progress of the city of Hayward. The city of Hayward's employees, unlike some businesses and services, did not stop. This was not an option. We continue to provide citizens of Hayward with uninterrupted service, progress, growth in the form of new businesses, residential properties, and services for those in need, particularly the homeless. These projects are ongoing and improving daily. We have performed despite staffing and recruitment and retention challenges. I recently heard an analogy using an iceberg as a visual for what's important with regards to how the city operates. There's a smaller portion above the surface of the water that is visible. Therefore, what is above the water and visible is probably what's most important to citizens and perhaps city council. I'm confident that most of us in this room know that there's a larger portion that is not seen that really makes the wheels turn. When folks turn a handle or a lever releasing clean water into their home and that water flows through a drain out of their homes, it is often taken for granted. It just happens. Like the Lincoln Landing project, plans, beautiful project. Plans, designs are vetted by engineers, planners, analysts, inspectors prior to construction to ensure timely and efficient completion occurs. Citizens only see the finished project and what an amazing project it is. Many more residential businesses and businesses like Sprouts, In-N-Out, and more where finished project will fully be appreciated by the citizens. But so much effort was performed behind the scenes. This past year, as always, maintenance for the collection system at the plant and the catch station was performed. And this year, when severe winter occurred, we experienced flows that have not occurred in over 100 years. And the plant and the system performed with efficiency and without interrupted service, all the while maintaining and meeting our regulatory requirements. When I watched the news and saw the struggles some of our neighboring cities endured, I felt proud to be a part of this amazing team at the city of Hayward. We really kicked butt. And there are so many more services that are provided by the city of Hayward's employees, but I only have 3 minutes. It's only when these services are compromised do people think about them. And they should not have to think about them because that's what we're here for. They are paying for these services to be handled efficiently and professionally by a dedicated workforce that is comprised of the labor groups who are part of our coalition, a coalition that was formed as the direct result of bargaining in the past that was not considered fair and equitable by this coalition. We've made improvements. We want to continue to make improvements. Came along with other bargaining units have already begun work.
Mr. McAllis, I'm going to let you proceed, but you're out of time. But I'll give you a few seconds to wrap.
I appreciate it, absolutely. Came along with other bargaining units have already begun work on equity studies that we will ask to be used for increases in our next contract. These are one of the most effective tools to meet the challenges of recruitment and retention. We're asking City Council and the executive team to be leaders and support our endeavors, ensuring the City of Hayward is a place where cities work, to be a part of the teamwork that makes the dream work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thanks for the extra time.
And Madam Speaker, are we doing the card system tonight or?
I have the names.
Oh, okay, you got the names. Okay, perfect. Go right ahead.
Good evening, council. Thank you for the time to speak today. I came here because this week is employee recognition week. I walked through the door and saw the employees being recognized. I'm a staff person with SEIU, the union that represents employees here. So in case folks saw me up there, I want to clarify that. But I am here on behalf of the membership who are sharing a message today about employee recognition and the employees' experience here during the pandemic was such that it really tested the mettle of your employees, where they put themselves in harm's way to conduct the quality services and delivery of services for the city and residents, and want to communicate that employees are also residents of the city and also part of the community that we serve and should be recognized in ways that may go beyond the surface. This proclamation today goes very far towards that recognition. I believe we have MOUs that are in effect that have listened to the needs of employees. However, as we move into a post, almost post-pandemic era and the financial and economic burdens thereof, that the city looked at its dedicated employees. We understand there was a city meeting and there was some communication about telework and these privileges, right? The city has extended and employees are appreciative of these things, but also want to be recognized for some of the folks who can't do that have to be here day in, day out as well. We understand that now is the time to do this. Over next year is too late. Workers do want to feel valued by the employer as committed as they are to the community and the quality of service that their employer is as committed to them. This proclamation goes a long way to doing that. And workers would like substantial recognition as well.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. Sure. Yeah, go right ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. It's nice to see familiar faces and some new ones. Very pleased to get to know in the future. My name is John Varga, and it's my privilege to speak with you this afternoon as the representative of IFPTD Local 21, the dedicated members whose work makes the City of Hayward work. We thank the Council for its recognition of the public workers this afternoon, and our members truly appreciate the coffee and pancakes and all the other perks the city has provided this week to those who are able to fit it into their schedule. We're asking you this afternoon to recognize City of Hayward workers all year long. The city's employees are performing Herculean tasks on a daily basis. They do so not only because they are skilled, but because they have no choice if the city is to maintain the level of service that the Hayward community deserves. Still, workloads continue to increase. And recognizing Hayward's public workers means not only filling vacancies, but filling them with skilled candidates and retaining our talented current employees. We have an upcoming market salary survey taking place this year. We hope the council agrees that simply aiming for the middle isn't going to move the needle when it comes to when it comes to retention and recruitment. Hayward City employees have been hit as hard as anyone during the post-pandemic economy, and we are fortunate to be working under MOUs that contain negotiated annual salary adjustments. But even then, we are falling behind the cost of living, and this is felt even more so by the employees who are commuting to the workplace every day. We ask that you recognize the important role the City of Hayward plays in being a force for good in the community. Paying Hayward employees a fair wage that allows us not only to merely survive the cost of living, but rise above it is the moral thing to do and ultimately benefits the Hayward economy. Please recognize us not only as the city's workforce, but also members of the Hayward community. I again want to reiterate the proclamation and time spent and consideration behind it is immensely appreciated. So too is all the work that goes into all the festivities throughout the week. I will say that it is truly appreciated. Again, meaningful recognition is something we can achieve together. And we look forward, as always, to working with the council and city leadership to ensure that all City of Hayward employees receive the recognition they deserve. Because we all know that a Hayward is strongest when we are Hayward together. Thank you for your time this afternoon. Thank you.
Because he's the new council member, I was going to say that free coffee at Pete's for all city workers on behalf of Councilmember Bonilla. But since it's already being done tomorrow and Thursday, you're off the hook.
Oh, thank you.
So, any more public comments? No?
I just want to make one more public comment, and I'm going to embarrass her thoroughly. It is our library director's birthday today. Last week, but not today. So anyway, I just wanted to say she's spending her birthday evening with all of us.
That's what I was going to say. Even on her birthday.
It's a privilege.
That's pretty big. Let me note that. Okay, so all right. Thank you again to all of the speakers. I appreciate it. Thanks for coming by and participating this evening. Thank you very much. Okay, now I'd like to move on to our work session. Our work session is strategic roadmap, discussion of updated priorities and projects to be considered for the 2024-2027 City of Hayward Strategic Roadmap. Say that. And I think the city manager is going to kick this off. And this, my friends, is what inaugurates what we'll be doing for the next 14 and a half hours. I'm kidding.
Very fair. Pleased to be here this evening. And for many of you, this is your first time getting to touch and mold the city's strategic roadmap. So welcome to the work here. I wanted to take a moment to introduce our friends from Civic Makers, Christelle Blackford and Adam Mentor, her colleague. Christelle has been with us, I think, since the beginning of our what we've called our strategic roadmap. So we've really appreciated their partnership in helping us structure this process and do the kind of behind the scenes work as you guys all provide input and staff provides input. So just wanted to acknowledge that. I'm going to let them talk through the agenda and purpose for today, and then I'm going to come back and do some context setting before we jump into the prioritization exercise.
Great. I'll stay here for the moment. So thank you for having us back. Again, Christelle Blackburn. I'm here with Adam Mentor. It's really an honor to be back with you all and excited to do this with this new configuration of the City Council. So tonight we will be talking through your new strategic roadmap. So although we're bringing in elements of the past roadmap, we're starting a new, fresh roadmap. This is not an update, as some of the former or ongoing council members have been upset. So we're going, our goal today really is to revisit together the purpose of the strategic roadmap, really align on why do we have this roadmap? What is it going to do for all of you and all of the city? And then going into aligning on the vision and the priorities. We've done a lot of pre-work with some interviews, surveys. We'll be sharing that back with you, sharing some proposed revisions, and working on back tonight together. And then we're going to focus the majority of the conversation on these long project lists that you've had a chance to look over that represent so much amazing work that's done at the city and that will continue to be done. So we'll be doing discussion and prioritization of those. In terms of the way this will parcel out into an agenda, we're going to spend the first part of the evening on the vision and the priority areas. And then we're going to take a break, our first break. In a moment, we'll be inviting you to grab some dinner so we can start out with a kind of working dinner. But we'll have our first break around 6:20. And we're going to then go into the discussion of the first 3 priority areas and then take another break, and then we'll come back to finish off the final 3 priority areas. So our goal is to wrap up by 9:30, and we will. All right. And then I just want to do a little bit of setting the tone for the evening, which is to say that there is a lot to cover. You all have to think about the 30,000-foot view and then down to really these minor details. We hope that a lot of the pre-work and the packets are going to help you have done some thinking in advance, because we know this is going to feel fast. It's going to move quickly. We have 6 priority areas, 7 council members. That really comes down to, in the time we have, about 2 minutes per person for each priority if they talk through those projects. So we're going to look to you to help us get through that. And just want to remind you too that there are going to be additional opportunities. Nothing is final tonight. We're going to come back to you with a draft, and there'll be additional chances to refine and discuss. And then finally, with that in mind, I'll just share a few ground rules. I guess the slides are a little behind my talking, but that's okay. It must be a lag. So, just everybody, welcoming everyone to be fully present together to really help us make sure that all of our fellow colleagues are heard, that we're all to listen actively with an open mind. Pursue consensus. I think it's most helpful when you all can share where you actually really disagree or have a comment that you want to get in. If there's consensus, it's great for you to nod and give us your thumbs up so we're moving, and that will help us keep things on time. All right, so back to City Manager McAdoo.
Thank you so much, Crystal. And before I go on to the next slide, I did want to take a moment and thank the staff team that has also been working behind the scenes to get this to you this evening, and will continue to work to incorporate into the budget document and kind of help us track and monitor our Assistant City Manager, Regina Youngblood, Mary Thomas, our Assistant to the City Manager, Maureen Perez, Management Analyst, and Emily Wang, our Management Fellow. So an amazing team working on this project, and very appreciative for all of their efforts. So next slide. So just a little bit of background. Why do we have the strategic roadmap? And it's sort of a multi-purpose document. First and foremost, it is part of the budget document and also helps us as we start to plan for and make budget asks each year, understanding the council's priorities, and helps us then add those resources that are needed to implement those priorities as part of the budget. I think the biggest thing is the next bullet, which is it helps the council prioritize projects and initiatives. And I'll talk a little bit more about the importance of that on the next couple slides. It helps all of our staff understand where we should focus our resources. And then it also helps us to present trade-offs to council and the public in terms of the capacity that we have as a staff organization to implement a lot of these projects and initiatives. So, next slide. So we need your help this evening. As you will note, there were a lot of added projects, a lot on the list. And we really appreciate the work that council did in preparing for the retreat, and sort of being very thoughtful about what we want to accomplish together over the next 3 years. But we obviously have many more projects than current staff capacity, and I'll talk a little bit about that. And so this is a helpful discussion tonight to help us figure out where to focus first. and what are the things that we should be really focused on in that first year of the plan. So next slide. This is probably one of my favorite slides, and in my 7 years as city manager, I think I've used this every year because it's just it's a good reminder. More than 90% of the city staff organization is focused on the work that's below the water line. It's the iceberg you don't see. It's the folks, our firefighters, our police officers, our maintenance workers, code enforcement, water treatment plant operators, sewer and utilities maintenance employees. You can see it, all of those, the list, all of our internal services that actually support and make sure that we can actually do the work that we do every day and pay our bills. So just that, when you think, oh gosh, the city's got so many employees, actually the vast majority of them are focused on the day-to-day operations. And there's a small little piece of the iceberg that sticks out at the top. And those are the staff members that you all interact with on a regular basis, and that are leading these more public facing projects and initiatives. And so go to the next slide. This is also, you have this handout. This is the full iceberg. So we have 909 FTEs, and this shows by department how that's broken down. But more importantly, the next slide is the tip of the iceberg. There's about 35 full-time employees who are assigned to implement the roadmap projects in fiscal year 2023, and we have 8 of those positions vacant right now. So just in terms of amount of capacity, that's just to give you all context for who is actually working on the projects that we're discussing this evening. And so I just wanted to sort of set that tone because I think it's going to be really important for us as we look at the list of projects and to help us and me as city manager understand, like, if multiple things get a lot of votes, we may need to come back and say to the council, okay, well, if you want us to do all of this, this is the additional staff or consulting work that would be required to accomplish it. So that's my job, is to take, if things are very important to the council, to take that and then convert that into how do we get that work done and make that ask from the council. So just wanted to share that this evening and hopefully provide some visual reminders of how we get this work done. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Giselle. So thank you, and I look forward to the discussion today.
Yeah, so we do have food ready. It's behind, it's actually all staff now, so we could have put it in here, but we didn't want to be rude to the public. There's snacks there too. The food is behind these doors. We have definitely enough for council and some staff. We have an amazing amount of staff here tonight, so I will order more food if we need it. So yeah, everyone take what they want and we'll go from there.
So if you want to take a moment to grab the food, you're welcome to do that now. Does that work for everyone?
Yeah, or you can go get it later as working. I think but yeah,
You can pause for a few minutes if you want to grab.
Let's do that. Let's pause and then we can all get up.
Good sandwiches. Thanks for it.
Oh, thanks.
No, she said, go get what we want and then we can order more.
Yeah, I'll wait. You guys are so polite, but please get what you want. There's us feel better. Not quite enough.
Go get food. Yeah, yes.
It'll be. Okay. Yeah,
Is this going to create a bit of an echo? Okay. Yeah, it's okay. Okay, so I think we are getting a feedback. Okay, we're not going to do microphone.
Testing.
Reconvene. There you go. Weird term. Reconvene the meeting, and we have civic makers. Take it away.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, so we're going to do our first section on the vision, and after that, priorities, and take a little break. We're going to do about 25 minutes on each of those. That's the expectation there. And next slide. The process we're going to go through for both of these sections is we're going to share the survey data, both the surveys from council and the survey that we did from staff. And then after we share what we heard and digest that a little bit, we'll be providing a proposal, and you've seen the vision revision. So we've taken the input that you've provided, we've done our best effort to make a revision, and then we'll be having a discussion about that. We also have a proposal for the priorities conversation, have a discussion about that, and we'll go through our break. So beginning with our vision statement, we provided you with a survey, and this is what we heard from the survey when we asked you whether or not you feel that the current vision is still the right fit. We heard that about a quarter of you feel that it's not quite the right fit anymore, at least 2 council members, and the rest of you feel that it's either a really good fit or a good fit or a really good fit. And what we saw in the comments was specifically some suggestions for revisions, including making sure that we define complete communities and talk about celebrating our city's diversity through that definition, that we work with neighboring cities to reduce car trips through Hayward. The recommendations that we saw for additions to the current vision are adding in a reference to the education city concept including cradle to career pathways. Talking more about complete communities, really defining what that is around meeting spaces, cultural events, attractions, activities, retail services, working to improve the city in an equitable way. There was some feeling that was kind of underrepresented in there, including reducing the cost of living and enabling self-actualization. And reference to innovative revenue sources, and finally highlighting that strong public safety improves community relationships. So that's what we heard from City Council. Next slide. So here's what we heard from city staff. All these results as we go through, just keep in mind that we had a great response from city staff. We had 70 folks participate in the survey, which is pretty good. And so we asked folks similar questions as was in the council survey, but a little bit differently framed. So we asked folks whether they agree that the vision is reflecting the needs of the Hayward community. We saw about 75% saying yes. There was 20% of folks that were pretty neutral on that. And then 4% that felt that that was not true, that does not represent their needs. So it's like a large majority feel that the vision currently reflects the needs of the Hayward community. Similarly, we asked them if it reflects their current vision, or if the current vision reflects the work and values that folks have as city staff. And again, about 75% feel that it does. A small, about the same number feel neutral about that. A larger number of folks felt that it actually doesn't reflect their work and values of the city. That's about 10%, 11%. So specific comments on the vision, nice sort of in the way. I don't want to watch it because there's two screens. So so a lot to digest here, but we did want to do this justice, and so want to make sure that you have a chance to hear what staff said in terms of their reflections on the current vision. Despite the fact that we had a lot of folks say that they really think the vision is still great and representative, we did hear folks say, give us feedback. So we had feedback on the format. Some folks just thinking that it's just too long, too prescriptive, and other people saying that it was cookie cutter and a little bit too ambitious or feels forced. Then there were quite a number of comments talking about the disconnect between the real challenges working at the city and what the vision represents. So of course it's a vision intended to be looking out towards the future of what we want to achieve, but many staff feel that that's a little bit ambitious, or it's too far disconnected from what it's really already like. So the employee reality is very far from the vision. The priorities are not well aligned with the actual work. Staff morale is low because of the high workload. A lot of the things that City Manager McAdoo already highlighted, and some recommendations that there's a need for more cross-departmental collaboration in order for these roadmap objectives to be successful. We also heard that there's a couple of things missing and some things that aren't resonating. So the missing or underrepresented topics from staff were community safety and security, a feeling that that's actually underrepresented in the plan, community resilience and preparedness, that's underrepresented, and operational and maintenance programs. So a lot of those below the iceberg kind of things. Areas that aren't resonating, there was a concern that the messaging about diversity initiatives might be misinterpreted by the community. That we talk about concerns about displacement, but at the same time, we're talking about attracting new residents and new businesses. So there might be a little bit of a cross purposes there. Feasibility and affordability of sustainable energy is a concern. And then the real problems of transportation safety and cleanliness downtown seem far from the vision. Not necessarily that people disagree with the vision about where we want to go, but just that it seems like a really big leap to get there. So we took a path at incorporating revision to the vision based on council feedback. Things that you shared from the staff feedback that you also like to be incorporated. I'll give you all a moment to orient to the vision.
And this is also in front of you as a paper handout and for people in the audience. So that's probably
Yeah, thank you, Mary. Yes, if anyone who is in the audience wants to grab a paper handout, they're over here. So I'll give you all a moment just to refresh your memory on that, and we'll go into our discussion. Another minute. Looks like folks are reading. Do we need any more time with the revisiting? I see more writing over here. Well, 30 more seconds.
Search. Okay.
All right, bringing us back together. And if we can advance the slide, we'll go into our discussion. What we want to know from you primarily for this discussion is, do you agree with the proposed revisions? And if not, please let us know specifically, where you want an additional change. And is there anything missing, anything that we either shared from city staff survey, or just anything else that's on your mind that you want to bring into the conversation at this time?
And if for procedural matters, you don't have to look at me and I'll write the name down. We can sort of jump in, but if it gets too unwieldy, I want to bring everyone in, rein them in. Yeah. You go down the line. Yeah, or yeah. Or we can just do a popcorn, but
Thank you, Mayor. That sounds good. If you're comfortable with everyone, you can just raise your hand, and not everyone needs to. If you have things to share, we'll make sure everyone has a chance to go. But we'll popcorn around. Everybody will have a chance. If there's still time, we can do another round. So I saw Councilmember Domingo and Roach kind of at the same time. So you choose who goes first.
I like it. 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth paragraph. As a result, the city sees less traffic. Maybe that is too optimistic. As a result, the city will see less traffic. That's our end result. But at the moment, we don't see less traffic. I was late because of the
And Jackson.
and I gave myself 25 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So we will see less pollution, we will see less speeding, but at the moment we do not see that. So maybe what's missing is that it will become a destination city as opposed to a pass-through city. Thank you.
Thank you, Zerminia. I do want to, just as a reminder that this is written, visions can be confusing because they're written in the present tense. But the intention is that we're visiting it in 5 to 10 years. But yes, destination city, absolutely for that. Councilmember Roach.
Thank you. Yeah. So, I mean, I agree, like it's a lofty vision statement. And I think that's fine to try to manifest this out in the future that we want to live in this kind of city. And so I appreciate that part of it. I had 2 comments. In the climate resiliency section, I'd like to see some wording about environmental justice, that we're a city that focuses first on our friendly communities, being aware of, environmental justice work that the city is going to be doing as part of the climate action plan. So some sort of wording in there in that sentence would be great. And then the other one, so families are proud to live in an education city, that line there. For me, because, and this will be a discussion I think we'll have later, how we're going to distinguish ourselves from what HUSD does, what the city does. I think I'd like to say something like families are proud to live in a city that works closely with school district to create an education city or something like that. So we're acknowledging that we're not trying to take over education, that we're working in conjunction with our education partners. And I'm not sure about the wording on that. We'll see what everyone feels about that.
Thank you for thank you. Others? Raise your hand to jump in.
So I'll jump in and so that was the one that I was going to focus on was, families are proud to live in an education city with many educational opportunities, and they know they will be supported from cradle to career. Let me just be clear and sort of just say it. It is not our intention to take over the school district, right? We are not the school district. We will never be the school district. It is not our, goal to take over. But I think what this sentence captures is, I don't think it's too much of a vision to think about Hayward as a city where families have a pathway from cradle to career that is in front of them. It's predictable. There's an end to it, and that they know that they're supported, right? Supported through the library, supported through jobs, supported through, and I think that's what that sentence. I didn't write that sentence, but that's whoever wrote that sentence. Thank you. But I don't think education city with many educational opportunities, I don't think that connotes taking over the school or even lends to confusion as to what we do and what our mission is. I just think I think what it does is that, there's, as somebody who is employed by one of the institutions, I think it is it connotes this idea that, when families move to Hayward and when families come to Hayward, even to go to school in Hayward, that they know that they're supported, right? And so that's, I think that's a great, I think you could set the curriculum. Yeah.
I think it's actually not just schools, but we've got great trade apprenticeship programs here. ROP, there's ROP, ROP. There's Five West College, so there's practical colleges and so forth. So I think the vision, education city, makes a lot of sense to me.
Thank you for chiming in, Councilman Goldstein. Excuse me.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think overall the theme is comfortable with me. I think what I want to ask is if it was phrased differently and it didn't have the term education city in it, would you still be okay with it? Because what I'm hearing when you describe this is we are a city that actively plays a role in the development of our residents. We're not just like, oh, you live here, good luck, we have some services, you have water, you have fire. But we're invested in the development of our residents. And so I like the idea of many are guaranteed educational opportunities. And I like the idea of cradle to career, like we're playing that active role. I could live with education city being in it. I like vision statements to be broad, where we're not putting in terms that might not be easily definable outside of it. But I'm fine with the sentence because the intent is clear to me. We're playing a role in the development of our residents. So I would be okay with that. And then the note on public safety, last sentence, crack it down. I'm okay with the language around it, although I don't like the word crime as much as I like the word harm, because I do want the city to have a more encompassing vision of what public safety is. Like we've had several accidents and fatal collisions of bicyclists, right? That's traffic safety. So I'm interested in an overall reduction in harm. That includes crime, but I want a broader definition of crime, of harm, just because public safety is more than just addressing crime. And then lastly, just collaboration with FARD and HUSD. So those are our neighboring agencies, the school district and the parks district. Somewhere there was a desire to want to see more cross-departmental coordination. I'd like to sentence around better cross-departmental coordination and better collaboration with our local jurisdictions as part of what we look like in 5 to 10 years.
Those are my notes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Andrews.
For public safety, I would like it to include something that doesn't focus just on the effectiveness response time. That's very important for engagement, but talk also about the innovative work that we're trying to do with the pilot programs and trying to make that permanent. So also not just with police and mental health, but also fire and mental health as well as technical services. So something that that speaks to the more medical needs of the community. I would like that to be maybe that public safety system. I just had a question for cities like ours. Well, cities with educational institutions, do they incorporate that in their vision, like Palo Alto? So maybe is that what this is based off of? Some of this framework here.
We'll put that back to others to answer. It's because it's worth channeling your feedback to all of us. So,
you want to know?
Is there anybody that wants to
look at Palo Alto or virtually? But I do know Palo Alto has included that and sort of enhanced collaboration with their university is a priority in past years. So I looked at it.
When I think Berkeley is like, just, in region, all over the world, it's a city that's filled with great educational opportunities. And I think, for me, I'm okay with that sentence, but just kind of with the agreement that, like the mayor said, we're not in the school district space, but we're really like, and I think like Councilmember Roche was alluding to, we're like facilitators of these community resources to ensure that our community has opportunities to plug into a plethora of, rich and high value education opportunities at whatever stage of their life or their careers they want to access those type of educational opportunities. And I think the beauty of this is Hayward's uniquely positioned with several different types of educational opportunities that all just need to sort of be connected and better coordinated so that our residents have the full access to this very broad spectrum of everything from community colleges to trades to a 4-year, university to, getting their PhD in Hayward if they so choose. So it's like and we have a great ROP program. So it does make sense for us to sort of leverage all of these and galvanize and coordinate all of these sort of educational opportunities to make sure that our residents are taking advantage of them. And at the end of the day are being able to position themselves to live, better lives because of the plethora of educational opportunities that Hayward has to offer. I think it's also a really good, marketing, technique for the city too, is to say, when you move here, you can stay here because you have all of these educational opportunities, not only for yourself, but for your families. I'm not sure, I've read more corporate mission statements and I've never seen one this long before. Yes, like this is really, really long. So I'm not sure if there's a way to kind of just see it where some of this can be a little bit more brief, because I'm not even sure the community is going to want to read such a long vision statement. And then I think vision statements, it's implied that it's probably a 5 to 10 year, view. So I'm not sure if we need that in the beginning because it does sound a little clunky. Maybe if it started with Hayward continues to grow because, we're already growing. I wasn't sure the exciting retail, the reference to exciting and its correlation to retail. So there
was feedback to add that kind of a language. So we've just taken all the feedback and tried to. If there's
better adjective, I think, than exciting.
I think would be maybe say attractive retail because that's part of our issue is the sales.
Yeah. And then in the second to last paragraph, where the last sentence, Hayward has also aligned public safety with community expectations. I agree, broadening this more than just response time and effectiveness. And then I would say leading to, crime or, if we can position it to like a safer community, because, one of our goals is to create, a safe community for Hayward and, for everybody in Hayward. So maybe you could even tie that back to the diversity, in some way that everybody feels that they can, be safe, spur and thrive in Hayward. And other than that, I think, it's long but good. Descriptive, I would say.
Thank you all. We've come to our time, so I want to wrap up our vision section. Unless there's any objections.
I just want to second what Councilmember Bonilla and Councilmember Andrews mentioned about innovative approach under the public safety part. I would like to see some language around.
After 5 years, I think that's better. Better
I agree with taking us there.
Hayward continues to grow.
Yeah, and I agree with Councilmember Andrews on the attractive retail. So,
Working towards consensus. Excellent. So we'll bring back another track for you the next round, and now I'll pass it on to my colleague Adam, who will take us into priorities section, which will also have more opportunities to talk about the education cities.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Happy to be here with you. So we're going to slowly start to focus our energy into some more of the specifics. These priority areas in general. So there are 6 of them. We're going to be going through each of them individually in a moment. But we asked for your feedback on, are these the right priority areas? Are they framed in the right way? And we just wanted to reflect back to you what we've heard from both council and staff. So on the council survey and conversations, there was good alignment that the current priority areas are framed well. There were a few suggested changes. The big one being to rank and prioritize the items, if they are long lists, and to add projects or framing for some areas such as high density housing, environmental justice, which we heard from Council Member Roche earlier in the conversation today. Coordination with agency partners was that came up a couple times on that. But in general, folks are pleased with the way that this is framed and divided, which is what this is about. And so shifting to staff feedback, we asked a couple questions. Do these lists of projects align with your individual work and values? And we saw that about 75% agreed or strongly agreed that they did. And about a quarter of folks were either neutral or disagreed. And a similar question with a similar response rate, does this align with your department's work? So your individual work in your department. So in general, pretty good alignment, but also significant room for improvement. And staff also had some, so now we're going to focus. So we've had a rich conversation about Education City as it relates to vision. And now we're going to start to talk about if and how we incorporate Education City into this work. And so there was a question on the survey about whether folks wanted agreed that making Education City or education more prominent in the priorities was a good idea. There was general agreement that it was a good opportunity for some of the reasons that folks have already discussed. And so the question becomes, how do we do that? So one option is it could go on one of these lists, and different folks had different suggestions. So for example, it could go under quality of life, under growth of the economy, it could grow under enhanced community safety. And we also heard from multiple folks that maybe this is an opportunity to create a lens across all the different projects, similar to what the council has decided to do with racial equity. And so we're going to talk about that as a proposal next. And another comment that came out from the higher level question around how does education fit with this relates to some of the conversation we've already had around really the partnerships and the relationships between the city and services and businesses and the educational institutions. That's really the opportunity, and what is our opportunity to highlight this work. Slide. And so the staff's feedback about Education City is some comments in support. Education is essential for Hayward, especially considering housing growth. We are unique in having a junior college, a state university, and career-focused program. Someone brought up that this was aligned with the education and lifelong learning element of the general plan that was adopted in 2014. That seems significant. And the city could help with education partnerships and outreach. And some of the comments that were neutral or concerned about adding this in was Hayward is not an education-based public agency. What city services support this? Will this come with more budget and staff? It's unclear how the city would work on this, what the deliverables would be, and who would be responsible. And the meaning of education city and the framework and deliverables are unclear. So again, sort of echoing some of the conversation that we've had in the room, all of this are precisely defined, which is where we are going now. So the proposal that we're coming to you with today is to include education as a lens that's applied across these priority areas, racial equity approach. And if the council agrees with this approach, the staff will return at the next work session with a proposed list of education city focused projects and questions. And so you'll see in front of you, you have a very initial first draft of that with some questions. And these questions might be worthy of conversation in this forum. So there are questions like, so as we're deciding what to tag these different projects with education, like it's going to get a education cap symbol. Whenever a project has that type of designation, we ask these 4 questions, for example. Have we communicated with our educational partners to align service offerings? And I'll let you all read what's in front of you here, and you can also notice it on the back is what the council came up with for racial equity, so you can sort of see the parallel structure. And I think with that, we're going to start to move into conversation, but I'll give you guys, I'll give you all a minute to. Councilmember Andrews. Okay. We're gonna, okay. Is everyone ready to proceed? We're gonna start with Councilmember Andrews.
Okay, so one question I have. Will HLAC be repurposed, redesigned, reconsidered with this equity list? I mean, this education list? And has this been brought to HLAC? And have we talked to the school board about this? Not just one person, but have we looked to college institutions, university institutions that we're doing this? I know you have meetings with people you know, but
so the first question is this an opportunity to recast HLAC? Absolutely. And you know, because I know if not only this year, but I know in years past, the function and the role of HLAC has been an issue, and it's something that we've discussed. So this could be that opportunity. Secondly, is has university, Chabot, and the school district. So in January, I have created a group between President Cal State, President Chabot, Superintendent, Chamber, and me, and we've been meeting monthly to sort of to flush this out and to align all of our work that we have, that we're already doing with one another, so that this does make sense. And so that every time there is something we're doing together as a multi-agency effort, like Hayward Promise Neighborhood, or something that we've been doing here is the city to, I don't see the fire chief here, but the fire academy, ROP, that is a HUSD city Chabot project. So there's all these things that we're doing that are bringing together multi-agency effort and multi-agency work. So,
Well,
Is it us?
depends. Well, under Hayward Promise Neighborhood, it's 15 partner agency with it's the example with the fire department is it's the lead is the fire department with the district and RP. There's so those are two examples.
And would this also repurpose for joint meetings with school board?
You know, the absolutely, as I know, even with the joint meeting between the city and the school board, that was born 3 years ago or so through a former council. And so if we need to revisit that and figure out what that role is, absolutely.
Okay. And then how would the city feel about the university and the school district having a City of Hayward focused project on their document? If they said, we need to do more stuff for the city, we need to do more stuff for the city as part of it, as operating as a school board, how would we feel about it? So I'm saying we have elected people who are focused on education. How do we feel about if these elected school board members said we need to do more stuff for the city? How would we feel?
Well, that all is dependent on our relationship that we have with these other people. You know, one of the things that we're talking about right now is this working group that I got. One of the things we're talking about, and this is long term, is potentially a development project where we could build workforce housing, retail, so forth. And to get a project like that off the ground, it would have to be a city, school, university-led project.
Okay, so for example, when they had school closures, yes, we had HLAC meetings and we had joint council meetings, and that item was not brought forward to the council until a community outcry added it to the HLAC agenda. Did that resolve this?
But
I'm looking for better coordination, but I want to know if we're on the same page. Like, are they going to do their part? If we're stepping into the education space, if we are calling ourselves Education City, what are they going to do? Because to me, it sounds like
what I would say is that to get to solutions to those questions, it would be incumbent upon our relationship between council, school board. In this case, it would be between the council and school board, right? You know, to address those, to address those. And, you know, those are, but let me sort of back up for a moment and just sort of recast this for a second.
Mayor, after this, I know that there's some other
okay, go ahead. I'll wait.
If you'd like an opportunity to recast it and provide framing for the next part of the conversation, please do that.
No, let me just make this one point. Okay? I get what you're saying about stepping into the space, but we are already in the space, right? The city, there's only 2 cities in this county that has a university, a college, and a school district, and we're also home to the Alameda County Office. You know, this is a space that, in terms of the economy, right, is over a $600 million economy. It's sitting in the city that we're just not, that we're simply not sort of confronting, right? 40% of our city is a student. 20,000 students at Chabot, 20,000 students at Cal State, 20,000 students at it is incumbent upon us to tackle this issue head on. If it's talking about policy issues like closing schools and all that, we need to have high alignment, high coordination on these issues. Will we close schools? Absolutely not. The school district, that's their jurisdiction. We can talk, we can support them, we can help align, all of them. But, you know, if you look at I like this lens rather than, I don't want to shock the whole city by putting this as a seventh ring on the thing. I think having a lens looking at specific project, I think it's a great thing. And the reason why this is important is because we cannot fail to consider what is right in front of us. Okay, that's the point. Can I make this on it?
So we have sort of a stack of comments that so Menu was going to be next, then Syra, then Councilmember Syra and Councilmember Roche and Councilmember. All right. So yeah, go ahead.
As an educator, I value something like this. I think it's very important. We need to serve our students and our future generations. It is a doable project, but there are so many moving parts, from the chamber to the Rotary Club to every one of us. It will be intensive. City manager, Madam, it will be intensive a little bit as far as work done, but it is doable. And I think every one of us have to work on this because the future of the city is at most, and that's mentioned by the mayor. Very few cities are fortunate to actually have a community college and university. And you throw in the airport, that's another area where students can learn. And you throw all the other unions that are here, they have their home in Hayward. It's tremendous. The sky's the limit as to what we can do with this. The idea, I also don't like a possible seventh priority. I think the mayor stated that. I think this is the good way to go. We've done it. It works with equity, and I think it's a good thing. And I think we need to go with it. To bring in just the thought of bringing all these folks together for the benefit of our youth. That's tremendous. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Yeah, I originally thought this was going to be a separate plank, and I was like, okay, it's too many planks. But as a focus project, the lens makes a bit more sense to me. I see this as how do we approach a project. And so one thing that might be helpful for me today is as we're dotting on these different projects, if you want to maybe add like an e-central project might fall under the classification of Education City. And that I think helps me understand that it might not necessarily be taking on more projects, but it's how we do those projects. So when we do this project, are we looping in our educational partners? Are we making this project touch more people and families in Hayward? And then also I'd like for us to have a little bit of room. I know this might give our manager's office some heartache, but if we could propose some Education City projects for a future conversation, instead of just classifying some, because I think something like bringing on workplace development staff, workforce development staff. We have all these connections. Do we have somebody in the city that's kind of tying together job opportunities for our residents or helping develop programs for our residents? Do we have a community resource specialist that's aware of all these programs and is able to coordinate them? I understand we might have some staff members playing that role currently, but being more specific about them, I can see those kind of roles falling under Education City. So as a lens and as a way of how we do a project, like I'm mostly in support of this. This to me feels like the appropriate framing. And I would like for us to have a bit more time and room to workshop what that lens actually means, the kind of questions that we ask. I don't know if I'm totally sold on all of these questions yet, but in general, the direction, it makes sense to me because our housing is tied with our students, it's tied with our city, it's tied with our property values. It's like all connected. So I get it. I just think a little bit more development is necessary, but I'm happy to continue to develop it.
Thank you, Councilmember. Yeah. Councilmember Roche.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, believe me, I'm not opposed to Education City. I want us to be known for that. I think that's great. I think my confusion has gotten in the weeds part to Councilmember Andrews' comments that what is our role and and to the staff comment about what is the deliverable. And I think, it started because our schools are not performing that we want them to. That's hurting our housing, that's hurting our economy. And we want to see people want to move here, be excited to send their kids here and find a job here, right? And I think that's all of what we're trying to achieve with this. And I assume that would be the deliverable, but we're not at the school district. So I've always seen this role, like in our previous conversations in the past during the campaign and all that. I saw it more as like a facilitator, a concierge, where we have, I don't know if it's someone or a group that is sort of in charge of knowing all of the programs, all of the districts, so that. For me, a part of the example is, so if a corporation comes here, like a biotech firm come here, they know they can talk to, like, where are the different programs that they can talk to say, hey, Cal City Space, I want a program that's going to train up some students in this particular field, so that those students know if I stay here and go to school here, I'm going to find a job here. and that there are direct programs. And so I see part of the Education City as that kind of facilitator, as a sort of like real, like, you know, student to corporations or families to schools. And so I just, this comment about what is the deliverable, I think is really important, because otherwise it's really fuzzy. Some of the discussion is, well, yeah, that's HUSD, and, you know, your question about HLAC, that makes me nervous, because I think focusing on parks is going to remain very important. So I would want to see HLAC be taken over by Education City, when I think it's critical that we could keep working with hard for the whole community, for families, and, you know, keeping everyone outside and active and keeping our city green. So yeah, there's some fuzziness in here that I'm just concerned about. But the deliverable, as far as being called Education City, please, let's do that. I think it's a great marketing tool. I think that people want to come here for that, but just really want to be clear about what our lines are with our different partners in the city.
Thank you. Councilmember Goldstein.
Thank you. So I agree with what my colleagues are saying, and I support the initiative. I think having it be a lens is right now the most appropriate way for us to move forward with this. I definitely agree that we come up with some additional deliverables. I'm not sure we're ready for that yet. Maybe we will. I see, though, that the dysfunction, you know, back in 2016, those of you that have the memory of how things were going in the school board election in that year, remember just how intensely dysfunctional the relationship was. And part of the reason was at some point in history, I'm not sure when, the city and the school board both kind of turned their backs on each other and stopped talking. And that doesn't serve any. As the mayor pointed out, there's 60,000 students, you know, 40% of the population is in school here, and we can do better. And I think by applying this lens, by asking for cooperation, not demanding it, but asking for cooperation and offering out, I think we can do great things.
Thank you, Councilmember Goldstein. Councilmember Bonilla, would you like to add anything? We're reaching the end of our conversation, but we do have time for that.
So, you know, when I looked at the school board's mission and their strategic plan, you know, I just want to make sure that the way we're wording things, there's clarity between the two, because their strategic plan says students graduate ready for college, careers, and most importantly, life. You know, there can be some overlap with what we're writing here. Maybe this is a little bit more expansive. So where it says the city is committed to working alongside our partners, maybe it's educational and community partners. So we're just not zooming in on just education. You know, to Councilmember Rocha's example of, you know, a private sector organization coming in here wanting to, you know, kind of get into this mix of an education city. So not limiting this to creating a pipeline for public sector careers, but really being more expansive to include private sector careers. You know, I think the lens is okay. I think it's a little bit performative, if you ask me, because we're just going to go through a list of predetermined projects and say, okay, let's put a little, you know, cap next to it and say that we're actually doing something in this space when we would be doing these projects regardless of that cap being there or not. So it's like, again, to your point, you know, what are the deliverables? So are we going to try to say that we're going to prioritize this educational lens and 20% of our projects are going to be focused in this space? Or are we just going to say, let's just put this all over the roadmap so we can feel good about being an education city? And then the other thing is, you know, just getting really clear on who's going to be doing what to have this mission come to be, because to Councilmember Andrews' point, there's clear governing bodies who are, you know, trustees and boards who are going to be making independent decisions that we may or may not be able to influence, just like their boards may or may not be able to influence decisions that city council makes. So I think that's going to be really important, is just to kind of figure out, you know, roles and responsibilities in this collaborative, you know, effort, because that's sort of the way I see this, as like a large community, you know, collaboration. And then I also, you know, think that we should, like I said, kind of, you know, make sure that these are the right questions that we're asking when we look through the lens of an education city. And then I would probably add a question that says something like, you know, how will this service create support or expand educational or economic opportunities for people in here? We're just being really direct about it. Overall, you know, I think that this is a good area for us to, come together and focus on. When 40% of our community is students, there's something to be said for that. The last thing is, it's because the city, does this by actively participating in collaborations. That would be a question that we need to probably ask, Madam City Manager, which is, where is the staff going to come from? Because if we're going to be spinning up collaboratives, are we going to be chairing those collaboratives? Are we going to be participating in them? Is there going to be council expected to participate in this? Is it going to be staff? What staff? Do we need to hire more staff? So I think, in purpose, this makes a lot of sense, becoming the educational city. I think in practice, we probably need to have a lot of discussion around it.
Thank you very much.
Could just clarify.
Andrew's a quick close.
So I just want to say, I understand the parts of education. Just remember that they had $400 million for facilities alone. We have a $400 million operating budget to run the city. That's one of my concerns. And two, the town halls, I did not understand the outcomes of those town halls. So if we have another meeting body to talk about education, no outcomes are coming out of it, that is not a good use of taxpayer dollars because we're staffing these meetings. So I am okay with the education wins, but we got to make it make sense.
Thank you all for your very valid and valuable comments. Sounds like there's consensus that this is a significant opportunity and some significant and real concerns about how do we do it in a way that's appropriate and that we can staff. I wanted to actually raise a suggestion that Councilmember Syrop brought up, which might influence what we do next, and maybe create an opportunity for us to practice. What is it like to have this education lens? And his suggestion was to put a little E on these dots. And so maybe I wanted to sort of ask the council if they thought that was a good idea, and ask my colleague, Chris Bell, if she thinks that's a good idea as we move into these next.
Are we aligned on what an education city is to be putting? Because George might have Councilmember Sharp might have a different view on that than me, than Angela. This whole thing can end up with an E.
No, as far as I know, there's no definition of education city, but the conversation that we just had is starting in the direction of defining that. And so I think we would have to take what is on this paper as an initial stab at how do we work on these issues, and then by working on it, we can.
I just add, I think it would be helpful for staff if the council is saying that these particular projects they feel like fit within the sort of umbrella of focusing for education city. That may also help staff define it more. If it's like, because then you're all identifying, okay, it's this X project. We're like, oh, okay, now we understand this. I think it would be helpful. I don't know that we would then include all of them as education city projects, but it might be useful just to help define it a little bit further.
Yeah, my suggestion, the way I was imagining it, is as we're putting dots on here, do we think that this would be a good project to approach through this lens? That's the question I'm asking myself. And so I would put an E on that dot if I thought, okay, this project, we might want to ask ourselves some of these questions when we're beginning to try to address them. And it's okay if we don't all agree on it, because what I'm also trying to feel out is, are we all perceive these projects in the same way? Maybe it shows there's more room for definition because it's unclear. There's a lot of disagreement.
Just to the staff capacity, I think staff feels pretty comfortable about having a lens because it doesn't necessarily add projects per se. It just is like another checkbox as we're going through the project development phase. Hey, this is one where we should reach out to our educational partners. We should bring them into the discussion, help get their perspective on this particular project. I don't see this as creating a new, it's just an additional checkbox on the project management checklist.
I think it would be great if you all want to add, as you go through the project list, to write me on the dot, prioritize them, and we'll be able to, as Councilman Cyrus, to just see where you either agree or disagree that there are projects that are. This is very draft, not at all final. There'll be lots of opportunities to come back and refine this, but it's an initial pass and start to identify the project. Any oppositions to that? Okay, wonderful.
So with that, I think we're ready to take a break, and it's the 10-minute break. So,
can we discuss the break?
Yeah. How would you define that?
deliverable.
Hello? Is that, that's echoey.
Okay.
Are you in the council chambers?
The mics are not, we're not getting the best sound. So I'm trying to figure out if.
Mary, are you in the council chambers?
Where is she? Hello?
Comment before we go back on
Sure.
duty, okay?
Yeah, sure.
So let me just, it's a small comment that I have.
Okay.
To finish off education city.
Okay. I will.
It'll
Christelle's.
take 30 seconds.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Nothing controversial. I just feel like there's so much of that already happened. Take that. No.
Because when you take over,
You know what I'm gonna do.
I'm gonna flip you. I'm gonna flip you.
You know what I'm gonna
I'm gonna make you.
They don't want me. No, that's okay.
I'm gonna flip you.
You know what I'm
With unilateral
authority. They don't want me. That is my God.
unilateral authority. Okay, where are we at? The time?
It's time, but Christelle's facilitating the next bit. She's still.
I haven't met him.
We need a couple minutes.
Yes. Oh, well, it just happened.
Yeah.
It just happened like last week.
And I'll make George Sarah the of facilities.
All right. Nobody wants that job. So got it.
Go back to your. The relationship with Sauer, probably about 25 years. And the relationship. I do think it's a good question. But my point is this. And probably, well, I would say the last 30 years, all three of these monthly.
Mic test. Does that echo? I think that's better. Wait, Gerald.
It's not echoing for me, but is it echoing within the
It
room?
is echoing for us. Geraldine, is there any way for us to just turn the sound off on the main screen? Because I don't think we need
Totally
it.
possible as long as there's no remote participants for now.
I'll look for a remote.
I mean, I can see them. I don't see anyone raising their hand, but we would just need to unmute.
Or
is it still echoing?
Or the mic, the main speaker in here. Oh wait, that's better, right? Oh, that worked. Whatever that was worked. Thank you, Geraldine.
Okay,
remotely logged in.
Let me know if you need any more adjustments.
Before we get started, just a small thing for a little bit. I have a proposal of maybe we.
I don't realize I don't have a job yet. I do. I'm sure it's for me and I'm sure it's 1100 between the two of us. Well, that's not good for that. You know, just so that we're out there.
So we're going to do the mics now. So we had that's working now. Some requests from the audience that we do use the mics now. So if you can hear yourself, like I can kind of hear myself, that means it's working. And we managed to get rid of the echo. So thank you. So just turn the green button on, and when you're talking, just.
Green means go.
Mm-hmm.
And red means it's off.
Yes, you got it.
Over there. Okay, so break is over. Oh, thank you. Break is over, and take it away.
All right, thank you. All right, now we get to get into our priority area project lists. So starting us off, I'm going to give an overview of what we heard about the project list overall in our surveys. Next slide. But before I go into that, just a reminder of our process here. So for each of these project lists by each priority area, we have 6 to get through. We'll start by reviewing what we heard from the City Council's staff and staff surveys again. And then we'll go into our discussion. We, again, a reminder, we have approximately 2 minutes per person for our discussion. We're doing good so far. And we're going to focus this time our discussion on clarifying questions. So especially the projects that were newly added by your fellow council members from the survey. If you have any questions that you'd like to ask one another in order to make sure that you truly understand the project that's being put forth, go ahead and use this time to do so that you know what you're voting on. And by voting, I don't mean really voting, we're just prioritizing, but I'll say dot voting means prioritizing. And then also if you have any additional suggestions, so that could be projects that you want to amend, change, combine. We've heard some suggestions that some of the projects feel a little bit similar and maybe we could combine some and or remove or make a minor kind of edit on. If we kind of have a consensus about making some of these revisions on the spots, we'll go ahead and make those changes on these posters before you add your dots. And the dot voting, the way it's going to work is we're going to do top priority. For that we have, it says green dots, we have red dots. top priority. And for that will be 1/3 of the projects gets your top priority. So there's a number of dots per project list that will make sure you understand what it is, but it's 1/3 of the total project list. And then you'll get another 1/3 of the total project list for your second priority, and that's going to be, in our case, a blue dot, which Adam is diligently counting out for you now.
Yeah, no, sorry.
Just green.
I know we have a different color, but we update the later slides, so we'll make sure that you know what you're choosing. Thank you, Mary. And then finally, just to comment on those additional council proposed projects, we want to see four or more dots in order for those to then go to staff to come up with work plans and staffing, and then that will come back to you to let you know if those are feasible. And those ones that do get 4 or more dots, the staff will take a look at those, see if we can kind of work those into the first year work plan. Any questions on process before we proceed?
Questions for merging.
You can do that for each. So the question is, since the mic was off, I'll repeat it. What's a good time to jump in with suggestions for merging projects? We'll do that as we go through each project list. So when we get to the discussion part. Yeah, great. And one more question. Yeah, Bonilla.
Are some of these projects on here, City Manager, are some of these projects on here sort of the below the iceberg projects that are going to happen with or without our prioritization? Because, like, for an example, this update comprehensive emergency management plan, just as an example, if that doesn't get 4 votes, I mean, it's something that probably still have to do anyway. Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to.
Turn your microphones on, please.
You have to vote for the ones that are on.
I know, I just wanted to know, like, you know, are some of these projects that are going to happen?
And a reminder
with or
to turn
without
your
our
microphone on, City Manager.
Sorry.
Yes. Some will probably happen regardless of the prioritization because we may have legal requirements to do them. And that's where, based on the council prioritization and which projects you select, we may have to that's where we would come back and say, okay, because you've selected these projects, we also need to get this one done because of legal requirement. And then that's where we would sort of share some of the trade-offs, like, okay, and so that'll come back in the next work session where we kind of review what you've prioritized, and then some of the things that are on here that are maybe mandates or things that we must do regardless. So,
thank you. Councilmember Zermanio, you had a question?
I guess it's somewhat clarification. So invest in infrastructure. I did not vote for R3, complete construction of Mission Boulevard Phase 3, because no matter what we do today, it is going to be completed. So it didn't get my vote. And then finish the median over in Jackson. I didn't vote because I know it's going to get completed. So.
There's some loopholes we're identifying here.
Okay.
Yes, it's a good point. Do you want to comment on that, or you already did?
Yeah, I think similar to my comment to Councilmember Bonilla, this is where we'll sort of true up the lists with staff capacity after we get done with the prioritization exercise today. I think, I think some of the council projects are where we're really focused on getting priorities because those are a lot of additional projects. Yes.
We do really want to understand what your priorities are, though, overall. So looking at the list holistically, let us know where your priorities for this first year of the roadmap lie. If there is a council project that gets 4 or more dots, then that will be a contender for the first year plan. But staff needs to go back and take a look, and there will be that work session to really figure that out. And it is a trade-off, so you can't, we can't add all the council added project or proposed projects without taking some of the staff proposed projects off. So there will be that additional conversation. And I'm seeing 3 hands. Councilmember Roach.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I kind of saw it as a way for you to tell us, like, this is how much there is to do, so be careful what else you prioritize. So I assume that's part of the exercise. But, and also, I think part of the survey sort of begged for tell us all your projects. So I'm not sure that, like some of them, if I, had a better sense of the holistic version of what we could really handle, I felt like I was sort of stretching for things because it begged for it. So sort of have a sort of like exasperation that there's a lot of projects. That's what was asked of us.
Absolutely.
So.
And it's exactly what we wanted and needed. And because this is a new roadmap, this is not an update to a previous roadmap. In the past 3 years, for those of you who've been involved in the updates, it's been like 1 or 2 added projects. And we've said, what can we take off and how can we really fit the projects in that need to happen? This is coming up with projects for the next 3 years, although you will revise those every year and revisit. And so the prioritization will help us figure out for the top priority what's going to be in the first year, the second priority, what will go onto an initial draft list for the second year, but of course you'll revisit that in a year's time when you decide what's a priority at that time. So we did want to know what all your priorities and projects were and are. And so that is starting to build the full 3-year plan. But it's tonight we're really talking about what are the priorities that you want right now to be the focus for this next year. And then the second priorities are kind of what's kind of on deck for the second year. I hope that's helpful. And I saw Mayor.
So I'm gonna bring back
a statement I made. I don't know, what was it, City Manager? 2000. Circa 2016. So there was a time where we had this list and we had staff behind us. I think we were in this room, and we had a lot of ambition and enthusiasm. And I'm also, by the way, I'm also looking at slide on page 33 about staff's priorities and staff's sort of feeling around capacity to do the project list. But the comment I made was, we have to really think about the work we're giving staff, and we need to slow. And I'll look at slow your roll. All right, slow your roll.
Yeah, I will say this was asked of because we do have 4 new council members, and this is a brand new 3-year strategic roadmap. That being said, we're not going to be able to put all of those new projects. Yeah, but it's helpful for staff to capture those so that if we do have capacity in a year, we could come back and say, hey, do you want us to start working? I mean, staff's all looking at me like, why are you saying that? We've never had extra capacity. Yeah. So I think, for me, it's helpful because then it just gives senior staff a sense of like, where is the council at? Like, what are the things that are important to you so that we can be thinking about those going forward? We're clearly not going to be able to do everything on here, but it was a helpful, useful exercise because it was also your opportunity as new council members to get your initiatives on the table. And that's what we've always said, that this roadmap retreat is the opportunity to do that. So that was, yes, absolutely the job and the task that was given to all of you.
I just wanted to make that comment.
Yes, thank you.
And I also wanted to give you the good graces of staff.
Excellent. All right. With that, let's move into our first, the overall, just staff. We had some survey questions for staff that I wanted to share before we jump in. So as the mayor has already foreshadowed, we heard that when we asked do these projects move your goals and priorities forward over the next 3 years? Almost 70% said yes, they agree. Some were neutral, around 22%, and then a not insignificant amount either disagreed or strongly disagreed, about 7+%. And so they're the right projects to move forward the goals and priorities. However, does your department have the staff capacity to complete the projects over the next 3 years is much more divided, more than 50% saying they do not. And then the next slide, I just thought it would be useful for you to see the breakdown by department here. So it's a little bit small, but I think you can see that police, city manager's office, development services, human resources kind of have like and Public Works have like kind of the highest number of disagrees that they have the staff capacity to complete this. So those are the sort of the top ones I wanted to highlight there. And then moving again forward in terms of asking about whether they have the budget. Again, we had not quite 50%, but a good amount, close to 40% saying that they don't have the budget resources to do these projects. And again, city manager's office, police, human resources, development services, and public works kind of coming in with the most disagreement there. Councilmember Bonilla.
Are those numbers at the bottom the number of respondents? 0, 5, 10, 15.
Or is that a percentage, Adam? It's the number of respondents? Okay, because we did have 70 total responses to the survey.
Can I clarify that this was sent to people either were directly assigned to strategic roadmap projects or near adjacent, like our managers maybe. It was not sent to the entire organization.
Yeah, thank you, Mary. So these are people who know what the strategic roadmap is by and large and have, are assigned to work on relevant projects. So those are numbers. So we did have 70 respondents overall. So I think that breaks down by number of people in each department that took the survey. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it looks the library. That means the library, the city attorney's office was like one person that took the survey.
Yes.
Yeah.
I guess you can't argue much with yourself if you think you're agreeing with something.
Somebody's optimistic about staffing and budgeting. All right, moving us on. Thank you. Okay, and then some of the comments we did hear that some people were seeing these projects for the first time. So there were some council added projects from our interview conversations with you. So some new projects on there for people to digest. There was a comment about, I think, interestingly, the iceberg analogy not totally resonating with everybody. I think maybe just feeling like that core is underappreciated is the sense that we were getting from this comment. Some projects could be combined or reorganized, as I think some of you are already also thinking. But there was also a sense that some of the projects are really different sizes and mixes of kind of specificity and size. So, wanting some more clarity on some of those. And then thinking that some of these items can be folded into others. And then finally, that there might be a couple projects missing, specifically some comments that there are city manager's office projects that aren't represented here, and that there might not be all departments represented in the plan. So we're going to get into our first area, and we have one question, Mayor.
Actually, I have a comment. If you can go back to slide 35.
Yeah.
That's the
one before.
Library services, coincidentally, are also the ones that lead all the education projects, fully funded. And all I'm asking for is Lynn's, just saying.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All right. So we're going to start with confront climate crisis, and we'll go through from there. We mixed them up a little bit. We didn't want to start you with the most extensive list, so we'll do that third. Otherwise, we're going to do them in the order that you're familiar with. So starting us out with the climate crisis. Next slide. Oh, Councilmember Syrup.
Sorry, I'll wait for that.
Okay. So just bringing back to you the specific survey data for this category. When we asked you all if this was the right list of projects for this category, you said overwhelmingly yes. This is an appropriate list. We also heard that it aligns well with the current council, commission, and or committee work plans. Next slide. In terms of council comments on the staff proposed project list, we heard that we need to review the structure of the Keep Hayward Clean and Green task force programs. I'm hearing some support back in the peanut gallery. More work needed to consider how to truly incorporate environmental justice. So we heard a little bit of that also about the vision, that we need to increase the number of trees to plant, and that we also want to work on this particular initiative, planting trees with community partners as well as stopwaste.org, and that we need to support the transition of electric homes, electric cars, electric bicycles, and including creative financing to remove the burden of going electric from consumers. All right, and what we heard from staff on this particular list was not that much. There weren't very many comments. We did hear that they want some clarity around the development services taking the lead on the Hayward Area Shoreline Planning Agency. And then feasibility and affordability of sustainable energy was questioned, specifically concerns about EVs and the grid. So having enough energy to really charge all those electric vehicles.
More trees.
More trees. Thank you.
Charge cars.
Okay.
Clarify that second bullet a little bit more.
Clarification on the second bullet. Okay, so I think that there's a project in there that talks about development, that talks about the Hayward Area Shoreline Planning Agency, and it's not clarified in there that development services is taking the lead alongside them. So we need to clarify that in the project description. Okay, so let's start our discussion. Clarifying questions or suggestions to either combine, change, remove, add anything before we go into our prioritization. And I have Syrup as the first one, followed by Roach and then Andrews.
Just for some context for my colleagues, some of the items I suggested, I was asked to put into more detail, and I think they might have been put in as duplicates. So in order to save us the votes, I might make some recommendations throughout the different project lists to consolidate or eliminate some. So for example...
Sorry, quick reminder to use your microphones.
Thank you. So for this specific project list of climate crisis, environmental justice, I'm asking that we cross out CC5 because it's already included in CC6. So that's one less project you have to worry about. And that's good. CC5, Charlie 5. It's on the bottom of the page.
And CC6?
Keep CC6. I'm saying CC5 is part of CC6, so you can get rid of CC5.
I didn't vote for it.
Good.
We have not voted yet. Are there any objections to this, that we cross out CC5?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Roach?
Yeah, so similar ideas, and maybe I didn't ask this question. So it seemed like, so C2, the continued collaboration, to me, it goes along with C1, that's another sort of EDC voucher question, and CC6 potentially. So I guess my question to maybe Alex or Kelly, what does that do if we merge those as sort of like a work with EDC to work on vouchers and like infrastructure? Is that too much of a bullet? Do you want us to be voting separately on those?
Yes, please. They are two different things.
Okay.
So we could go combine C1 and C2, right? But then keep CC6 separately.
Yeah, that would work. So.
Okay, so the consensus is that.
Oh wait, no, they're actually different projects.
They're okay.
So can you explain the difference? Because there might be a feeling that they're the same.
So C2 is to collaborate with EBCE to provide public EV charging facilities. That's for public access in our garages.
Could that include the infrastructure for bike charging? For potential bicycle charging? Or? So you still like to see those voted on separately because they're not.
Because we may have to do e-bike chargers as a separate project, separate from EBCE, and if that's a priority for the council, we'd like to know that. And then for CC1, that is specifically for vouchers or discounts for transitioning gas appliances to electric appliances, which is very different than public EV chargers. So that is a completely separate initiative than the one that's in C2.
Okay. Oh, great. Okay. Thank you. And then the other one was to,
So looking at
C8 on the 1,000 trees goal and CC8, which is the 5,000 goal. And I'm just wondering, like, you know, I guess I'm wondering whoever wrote that, like, could you maybe talk about like what that would do to public works and.
I'll negotiate. We'll go 2,500.
Councilmember Zermania, can you please turn on your microphone? Thank you.
I'll negotiate. We'll go 2,500.
I think it's also just, you know, creating the infrastructure to keep the trees alive once they are planted and making sure that there's community support for, you know, watering the new trees once they get planted. And so I think it's less about the actual planting and more about the follow-up from staff. Like, we just don't have the staff capacity to follow up, make sure all those trees stay alive. And we don't have an infrastructure program right now for residents to take care of their baby trees if they get planted in front of their house. So. Baby trees.
Ongoing trimming in a timely fashion is difficult to do today without 1,000 trees for the next year and the year after and the year after.
Are you going to counter offer?
No, I just wanted to see what.
I mean, we could put it as a goal. I think it's just not realistic. I mean, you could put it as an ideal. We could say like 5,000 is like the desired goal, 1,000 is the realistic goal. I mean, you could, if the council felt strongly about having an aspirational goal in there for tree planting.
Just adding to what you said, currently the goal is 1,000 trees, 500 public trees and 500 private development trees. We've been able to exceed that and reach like 1,300. Going to 5,000 is going to be unrealistic for planting, for the space to do it, for maintenance, for pruning and watering and everything else.
So change it to 2,500.
Might I?
That answers my question.
Yeah. Okay. I might propose, if I may, based on Alex's response, that we could, an aspirational goal instead of 1,000 might be 1,500 if you've sometimes made 1,300. Zermania, would you be amenable to this change? For 1,500.
We can aspire to there. We can reach that goal. If we don't go to the moon, you know, let's go shoot for it.
Okay, I'm going to ask other council members if we want to make that change, or otherwise we'll leave the two separate projects, 1,000 and 5,000. Okay.
And then with the tree ordinance, will that include talking, Kelly, about how we are going to maintain them? Because I think that was part of the discussion. Okay.
Yeah. So actually, the council will see next Tuesday evening the contract for the consultant to update the tree preservation ordinance. And part of that project and part of that effort would be to create sort of an infrastructure that would have, like, if a new tree is planted, I mean, I think you've seen it in some, like in San Francisco, I see them, they have little signs that say, please, you know, please water me. It's like a reminder for residents to come out and water. So those kinds of, like, when we plant new trees, having some of that stuff, and that would be part of that update process. Because it also includes a canopy inventory and potential development of a tree master plan as we go down the road. And that'll help us keep that inventory, know where our new trees are, and map them more effectively than the systems we have right now.
Great, thank you. And then my last question is just around environmental justice. Is the idea, as we talked about at the top of this topic, that it's a sort of more of a lens on top of it. Okay, great.
All right, and Councilmember Andrews.
I hate to do this, but it was also about trees. So I wanted to know if we could combine CC7 with CC8 or C8. Looking at it by neighborhood when we do the master plan of looking at canopy and coverage and seeing what areas are impacted by heat island effect, just be more strategic versus just waiting for the neighborhood to, go on Access Hayward and request a tree. I was just thinking about strategy there and seeing if we can combine some of these.
So the proposal would be that combining CC7 with C8 so that it would be more of a approach where we would be proactive about looking at the distribution across neighborhoods.
And staff gives a thumbs up on that convergence.
Okay, staff agrees. All right.
Thank you.
Seeing
so CC7
And no, C8, C8.
No, it's C8.
Yeah. So we're taking 16 out of
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can add to C8 with a neighborhood approach.
Okay, I'm getting additional feedback from the audience that when you're not using your mic, please turn it off. When you are using it, you're.
That was too much.
Okay, additional council member comments before we go to prioritization. Seeing none, we will now proceed to dot vote. You will receive 7 red dots for your top priority and 7 blue dots for your second priority. All right, let's do it.
Right here, so when you come up, we're 25 minutes. Yes. First, second.
And a reminder that we'll try to move quickly and come back to our seats quickly.
2,500, that's 800 people. It's aspirational. Got that.
Yeah, negotiated for 5,000.
Start high. Start high. If that's where you want to be. Execution.
Okay, so tell me what's the first priority now? No double voting. I can put all my residents.
They can put all their dots on one.
No, it's not.
That's true. Although when we do the budget strategy session, we allow them.
Yes.
But now I know all of their chips in one pile. Okay. They had a particular strategy.
Like, yeah, and
budget balance numbers for voting. Budget strategy. Literally stood in front of it.
Yeah, I.
It was just 2,500.
Yeah, I didn't think that, but also we would talked about that before. I shouldn't think she'll be. God, it's gonna happen.
That's a big stuff.
It's impossible to make it an imperfect exercise. Fun facts come out on it. I would not. But I had no idea they came. I put it through. And still think. Yeah. No. But there were no, not people. They're not fun, but we're doing three. Still do it. What are they? It's 21. That's 25. I'll be back.
Oh, yeah.
So we did not do by the database of that. But I
yeah, I know. Nobody wants to.
Thank you.
Are you like wrestling over
Like, no, there's a few points that get wasted in our project that doesn't explore. They have an opportunity to like reality, but it's like dead.
That's good. So if there's like a project that gets two like orange dots and like falls off, can the council members reallocate those orange dots?
Someone.
Yeah, I think that we're so comfortable. They're gonna be up to your tree.
Okay, 30 more seconds and we're going to keep moving. Okay, we're going to keep moving. So it came up as a question, just so you all are aware, that the projects that get no votes or very few votes, they're not coming off. They will be part of the third year, kind of on that roadmap. And you're just telling us your priorities right now. So don't, and you're going to be revisiting these in the future years. So it's just giving staff, this exercise is giving staff an idea of your priorities and helping define, especially the first year roadmap. And I also want to just say that we are running behind already. So we'll try to, keep moving. And one question from Mayor Salinas.
Not a question, but a comment. And I know besides Councilmember Cermeño and I, and I know Councilmember Andrews has have received these calls over the years, but something to think about. If there is one issue that we have been getting calls and we have been getting activism around, and that is smoke-free multifamily unit housing ordinance. And, and I understand that it's, it won't fall off the list, but this is something that clearly the neighborhoods have asked for. Clearly, this is something that we have been telling them it's going to be next year. And now I'm hearing 3 years from now.
I'll move a red dot over there.
Yeah, so I mean, if you want to do that, yeah, and I just wanted to mention that.
But I mean, we could start moving dots to get all these past the line if that's what we're gonna do. I think so. We just need to be careful about not moving.
Of all the things that I just sort of noticed right here, and I haven't sort of looked at the other ones, but the smoke-free multifamily unit housing issue, I'm telling you.
There's seven.
That's a big one.
There's 7 on the planning of trees. There's 7 on the planning of trees, and I don't know if somebody double dipped or if I forgot. I didn't double dip. I didn't say once.
Thank you for sharing that. And it is important to use the discussion time to share those types of things. If you want to kind of make the case to your fellow council members to place their priorities a certain way. We don't want to do too much of the reshuffling of dots just for the sake of time. And also you're telling us your top priorities, sort of where you each individually sit, but please share during the discussion to make those points. Councilmember Roach?
We come back with a draft of this. I mean, maybe that's the kind of topic that if staff also finds that a priority can say to us, actually, this, because I didn't know that history. I have not received any emails on that yet as a council member. So to sort of hear back from staff that, yes, this is where we can put it in and it is a priority, that would be helpful.
Yes, and there will absolutely be that opportunity. All right, we're going to move on. Adam.
All right. We are on to the second priority area here. I'm going to try to speak into the microphone. Which is preserve, produce, and protect housing, your blue list in front of you. And like we did before, we're going to give you sort of a high-level feedback from the patterns that we heard from the survey, and then we'll have time for clarifying questions, and we're going to dot vote. So if we can advance the slide so we can get to some of the feedback.
Sorry.
Okay, so most folks agreed that this project list was appropriate. There was 1 or 2 of you who were neutral, and the general consensus was that this list aligns well with the current work plans. Go ahead. So the feedback patterns that we saw from the city council was in general support for this work plan, but acknowledgement that this is a long list. Need more flex uses for housing. The availability of affordable housing is an important issue. So increasing density and more financing options could help. Need creative financing options to increase home ownership and to protect small landlords specifically. Protecting tenants from the end of the eviction moratorium came up. Expanding item H3 to include piloting a flexible funding pool for preventing homelessness, including a shallow subsidy program, was a specific comment, and building programs for unhoused populations that are not punitive came up as a topic. And the feedback from staff, there was a sense that constrained resources are going to lead to some delays on some of these issues. So for example, there's no funding for a tenant right to counsel program, and having an enforceable rental registry requires money and staff. There was an acknowledgement that homelessness is a problem larger than Hayward and its budgetary capacity. And so a suggestion for looking for comprehensive approaches, but also not trying to solve everything. There was a comment that one of the items here is to have density bonuses to encourage amenities. There was a staff wanted to remind the council that there was a staff report on October 18th of 2022 that did not make that recommendation. And there was some clarifications that they were urging on some of these issues. So how are we going to strengthen the rent protection ordinance? Who is the target population for mini homes, and what kind of partnerships would you be looking to make? How do proposed rent and mortgage payments relate to existing shallow subsidies and home investment partnership? Down payment assistance could be grouped with other subsidies and could be possible with ARPA funds, and removing the item to explore a residential and commercial vacancy tax because there's already a vacant property registry fee of $2,500. So now we're going to get into the discussion portion where we invite clarifying questions about any of the proposed projects and any suggestions for combining things. Council Member Zermeño.
This may be the place to add smoke-free multi-use, because it will be protecting the housing that we have.
Okay.
I'm open to that if the stickers carry over.
Well, so that's a proposal to add another an additional line item. So that would be HC 11.
Yeah, so C7, yeah, C7 from the previous go to C11. H11.
Right. Yeah. So is that idea supported by? So if we did this, I think it would be constrained to the set of dots you're about to get now, which is 8 dots, and we would be adding an item to the council proposed projects. It's an idea. So it's.
And I appreciate that suggestion, but someone who brought it up, I'll keep the smoke-free multi-unit family housing where it's at, and then iron that out later when this comes back to us. We can iron that out for a further one. Because I think what we're talking about here is housing,
right?
About preserving, producing.
Okay, great. Councilmember Roche.
Yeah, I just wanted a clarification on the lightweight tenant rental rights council, because we did recently approve money to go towards our regional partners on council or on legal assistance. So I'm wondering whoever proposed it, what they mean by lightweight.
Can you clarify the item? We're looking at a long list. I want to make sure. HC6. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, well, I had a conversation with the manager about this, just on how it is that we implement rights council without having to necessarily facilitate ourselves. So I'm wondering if you might be able to help frame it. I was trying to have.
So tenant right to counsel would be a much more prescriptive sort of effort or initiative than providing funds for our current legal service providers to ensure they can provide it. Basically, what tenant right to counsel programs do is it builds into the city's rules and regulations that under certain circumstances, tenants must be provided legal counsel to contest whatever issue they're contesting with their landlords. That the development of that kind of program would be a pretty big undertaking, would require a lot of outreach to the landlords. One sort of idea to make it a little like, is to kind of carve it into smaller bites. So you would basically have it only, for example, it wouldn't be around, tenants would not be mandatorily given right counsel, for example, non-payment of rent. But if there was, our eviction just cause eviction, if it was related to dispute over just cause eviction, and then maybe that would be, so we'd carve out certain circumstances, and then not having staff make that decision, but we already have the mandatory mediation program. So at that point, as you're going through the mediation, the mediator potentially making a determination on whether the tenant should have that right to counsel. So it wouldn't be, but that would be all things we'd want to do as part of a community engagement process with both tenants, tenant right advocates, and landlords. And I think one of the concerns housing staff has is there's no funding source for it right now. And so, that would require also a discussion of, do we raise the fees? We just had this whole conversation with the council about raising the fee, the fee that landlords pay every year to have their units as part of the rental housing program. That could be one way to cover that right to counsel, but someone's got to pay for the program, and right now there's just not funds available for that ongoing, which is why staff hasn't necessarily recommended it to date.
Well, that's because what is the difference between, right, you're saying no funding for tenant right to counsel, which I understand that, it's not where I went ahead, but the lightweight version isn't that much different.
No, so I think where staff is responding to both is basically like there's no funding for it.
Okay. Thank you very much. Are there other questions of clarification before we get to the voting?
Oh, there's one thing, sorry. Sorry, sorry. I just merging HC9 with H4. Right?
Okay, so we have a proposal to merge HC9 with H4. So explore safe parking options along with encampment management is H4. And HC9 is providing informational report to council outlining potential options for safe parking sites to support unhoused individuals. So anything more?
Just for the record, I wrote HC9 and I'm comfortable with those being merged.
Thank you.
If other councilors that.
Okay, so effectively that's striking HC9 from the list. Okay. Councilmember Sirop.
Thanks. There is a note on public banking in this one. I think it's HC2, but in a later part of the packet, there's another public banking item as well for a different project category. So I was just going to recommend axing HC2 here because there's another public banking item in a different section.
Okay.
And if folks are comfortable with that.
Is anyone opposed to that? Okay.
We're striking
HC2.
And then there's HC5 and RC1. They both address a vacancy tax. I understand that staff wasn't recommending this at the moment, but I was wondering if we could strike. Let me see which this one says. We'll strike the other one later, sorry. And lastly, H3 and HC1 are both shallow subsidies. One is for rent mortgage and one is for homelessness. I'm wondering if there's a possibility to merge that or if folks think it's better to keep those as separate projects. So, yeah.
H3 and HC1.
Yeah.
I think those are they're different. They're different because shallow subsidy is to bring people out of homelessness and to get them into stable housing. The other is to provide assistance, financial assistance for rent and mortgage payments to prevent people from falling into homelessness. So two different purposes and structures of programs. So I would keep them separate.
Do you know why we use different words for those? It's curious to me.
I don't know why there's different words.
Assistance versus subsidy feels like a little coded.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Anything more before we start voting? I think it'd be great if we could start to vote so we can stay on time. And a reminder, if folks see any education tie-ins, to put a little E on their dots.
Oh, to right in there.
Yeah.
It's next to the thing too.
Yeah.
Like, right here.
8, they're right
You
here.
can go back and do it on the last one too. Yeah. You just want to use your pen next to it.
Oh, like we can actually handwrite it right there on this one.
Oh. Just take care of both of us. You got one of my dogs for that.
stop for a second.
Okay, I'm going to say 30 more seconds and we're going to reconvene to do our community safety and quality of life category. I think the break slide was at the wrong point. It's supposed to be after this one. We got to get through this Herculean list first. Then we can all really get a well-deserved break. Okay, moving us into community safety and quality of life. Councilmember Andrews.
Or you ask for merging your projects?
Yeah, I'm just going to present the data and then we'll go quickly into discussion. So what we heard from all of you on this one is that this project list is the right list for this objective and that it aligns with your commission and committee work plans. Next slide. Emily. Thank you. Your comments on the staff proposed project lists were that we need to investigate alternatives to traditional policing. We saw several comments in this theme from you all, such as a complaint system via the city manager's office instead of the police department, community policing solutions, neighborhood watch, unarmed responses, convenings with the public and the police department, activating community spaces through programs with schools and parks, public art, and beautification. We heard wanting to create policies that enable safe environments, including things like security cameras, traffic easing, and vacancy taxes. We heard wanting to add programs to address truancy, child abuse, and human trafficking, to include disaster preparedness in this list, and that this is maybe a place for some of that education focus. So if you want to put your E's on your dots when you go through this category, that would be great. Next slide. And then what we heard from the staff survey, their comments on the project lists, there was, again, concerns about staffing for this one. It's a really large list. And, you know, some concerns about the disconnect between proposed projects and the current ability to provide public safety services in particular, especially given departmental vacancies. Prioritization, a request to prioritize basic operational needs related to public safety if low staff trends continue. So not adding these additional special projects until we've dealt with the basic public safety needs. Other roadmap priority areas involve city growth and expansion. This will impact police and fire. So just a comment that some of those additional other projects could also have an impact on police and fire, even if that's not the intention or it's not spelled out that way. And then there's some concerns that many existing efforts and low staffing levels require scaling back even existing efforts. So definitely coming back to what we shared at the beginning and remembering that as we go through this. Suggested revisions. So there's some thinking that the onus should be on the city as opposed to the businesses themselves in terms of providing infrastructure for clean, well-maintained, and well-lit downtown. The Youth and Family Services Bureau and the Police Explorer are important existing programs that are missing, so suggestion to add something there. HART is well represented, but it will be difficult to expand to 24 hours, so some pushback on that proposal from staff. And HPD cannot function without a jail comment. All right, next slide. So with those things in mind, any clarifying questions or suggestions? Councilmember Bonilla and then Syrup, Councilmember Syrup. Go ahead.
What do you mean we can't function without a jail?
That was just us recapping what the survey comment said. So I don't have any additional details.
So yeah, so what we're currently evaluating is alternative options to having a jail that is operated by the Hayward Police Department. So that could look like contracting with Alameda County Sheriff's Office, another police department, so that we, and I don't know if you want to expand on that, but we have a consultant on board who's looking at a variety of different options and what savings might result from doing that. It's also sort of a key piece of looking at a new public safety building, because if you have a jail, it substantially increases the seismic safety requirements needed for the whole building. And so that's the other piece why we're evaluating that. So it would help lower the potential building costs for a new building.
Thank you, City Manager McAdoo. So Councilmember Syrup, and then we'll go to Goldstein and Andrews.
Thank you. I have a few merging suggestions. So there was the comment about 24-hour expansion of HART being difficult. Do we want to combine QC1 with Q1? So maybe it's not, or maybe we just eliminate QC1 as the ask here because we already have a project that is related to HART.
So I want to ask the council members if there are oppositions to that proposal. Councilmember Andrews.
I still want to be a goal. It may not be something that we can in the future.
So maybe combining it with a goal to try to expand our hours?
Councilmember Bonilla?
I actually, initially I was thinking of combining them, but now I do want to keep them separate because if we know we can't go 24/7 next year, it wouldn't make sense to attach it here. But if we want to send a strong signal that we want to get 24/7 very quickly, then we can put that blue dot, which says, you know, we know we're not doing it next year, but we're expecting some, you know, so I would keep them separate because I would use two different dots to vote on two different ways for each of them.
Okay, sounds good. And then there's a people's budget item on here. I believe it's Q13. That's in another project category. So I was going to recommend removing people's budget specifically from this or taking the definition from a different category, which just feels more complicated. So I would say removing Q13 from this list.
Which other is it? Where is it?
There's two R's, but I believe it's RC4. It's okay. RC4 under strengthen organizational health. I think it belongs in this category, but the definition under strengthen organizational health is better. And it doesn't have to be annual. It could be really it's just having community services staff develop a proposal for a sustainable people's budget model, which is a bit more descriptive than what's in the other one. So I would recommend moving.
So I think those are two different things because we have projects underway that we need to finish and finish implementing.
Okay.
So again, that would be one of those like, we're not going to stop doing that this year. So it's probably one where with the, you know, like we would come back if there was too many priorities, we'd say, well, we have to finish out the things we have. Let's maybe do the sustainable model in the second year. But I do think they're two separate things because we do have to finish up.
All right, never mind. Don't cross out either of those. Then I don't want to risk it. QC13 and Q22, these have to do with Russell City. I'm curious if we see them as similar enough to merge. QC13 is create a task force for reparations, and then what was the other one I said? Sorry, and then 22 is work with survivors and descendants of Russell City to determine appropriate restitution. Do you feel like those are similar enough?
But reparations is different from the rest of the city restitution.
Okay.
I don't know how staff feels about it.
Right, and so, you know, we are using the language of reparative justice and not necessarily reparations. So I can see those being two separate things, but it seems like we're working in the same space for that. So it could be one.
I don't mind if mine,
As long as we take out the word reparation, that's not reparation. Well, unless you want to look at reparations separately.
I'll do separately.
So I would then I would
the rest of the city part combined.
I would maybe just take out that one.
The last phrase and just leave it as create a task force for reparations and guaranteed basic income to understand state actions, period. And then just and how Hayward residents.
We're saying including descendants of Russell City, right?
It's kind of already.
That's already part of the converse. It's in Q22. Okay, so Q22 will say work with survivors and descendants of Russell City to determine appropriate restitution. That's our current reparative justice process. QC13 is actually a new initiative that would be to create a task force for reparations and guaranteed basic income to understand state actions, and I think it's just, and how Hayward residents can benefit, period, and not reference Russell City there.
And then we already have one on here, it's basic income, not task force, but that's.
You had a referral. Mm-hmm. And we are looking at that in the context of our ARPA housing programs and sort of down payment assistance. I think that's been part of those conversations and looking at that. But this would be a separate initiative, I think, for a task force specifically to do more work around that.
Okay, got it.
If I'm understanding the proposal correctly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so do we have a resolution? I just wanted to raise the idea. Okay, the goal here is ultimately to save ourselves some votes if we can merge these things. Okay, QC 18 and QC 19, I just wanted to see if there's overlap between these ideas. QC 18 is increase the number of community meeting rooms in Hayward, at Southland Mall, or anywhere possible. QC 19 is working with our district partners to activate community centers and pilot opening specific school campuses. It's a bit broader, but I'm wondering if there feels like there's enough overlap between the two that we might want to merge them. So it's more than just meeting spaces, it's kind of partnering for facilities, shared facility usage.
Yeah, I actually did an arrow back and forth between this as well. Yeah.
Okay, so I would recommend getting rid of QC 18 or sliding QC 18 under QC 19. Is it? Yeah, combine the two, okay.
Any opposition to combining those two, QC 18 and QC 19 into one? We'll just make them one line.
Okay.
Great, and then 2 more points, thanks for the time. QC 23, and this is me kind of making a little bit of a pitch here, that is create more permanent art downtown, Hesperian, Mission, Tennyson. And then Q10 is create an analysis of the staffing and funding needs to create a public art program. Something I've heard from the Hayward Arts Council a lot is a lot of cities they work with have public arts staff that they engage with in different cities. There's a lot of public arts projects like the installation of different sculptures at Heritage Plaza. I see a lot of projects being defined for somebody that may potentially play a public arts staff role. And so I'm just making a little bit of a pitch for Q10 as a way of addressing a lot of the public art needs that we're seeing as these projects. Just want to throw that out there. And then last suggestion, QC2, QC3, QC8. These all have to do a little bit with community service officers and the role of police, maybe in traffic stops. Can that funnel into Q3, which is an assessment of the jail and other community service officer functions? Can we fold those into the assessment? So C2, C3, C8 into 3.
Yeah, I had similar comments in my group.
And QC8, yeah, I think all of those are similar. I'm looking at our acting chief.
So C2,
I believe those are all part of the conversation we're having. We have a consultant on board who's already looking at those and kind of how to expand the role of community service officers so that we could basically have those as like subtasks underneath the overall evaluation.
Does that sound good, Chief?
Yeah, that's exactly.
Okay, so just to clarify, C2, C3, and C8 would fold under Q3. Yeah, they would be struck in, or would they be added as subtasks to Q3?
Q2, QC2, QC3, and QC8?
Yeah, I'll go under Q3.
Okay.
8 is a little different space.
Any,
8 is a little, I mean, I definitely see. Yeah.
It just seems.
But QC5 is the other one. QC2, QC3.
Okay, so let's keep C8 out of it. It sounds like there's disagreement. C8 remains, and then maybe fold C5 under Q3, just to.
Yeah, because that also talks to community service officers.
Yeah. Okay.
Can I do that?
so I want to confirm that we're going to strike QC2, QC3, and QC5, which would be sub-bullets to
Q3.
Q3.
Correct.
And we will leave QC8 on the list. Any objections?
If I could just make a comment,
Please.
I think QC2 talks about community policing as a model in collaboration with HPD, and I think that would not necessarily be something that's specific to CSOs, and so I would probably recommend keeping that as a separate item. But the CSO-related items, I think, can all be combined under the jail assessment because that's part of what we're hoping to learn from that work.
Okay. So wouldn't QC4 also fit into that subheading there? QC4 is the established neighborhood watch program.
It's a little different. It's not working with police department. I mean, it's not about police department staff.
Isn't the Neighborhood Watch program still active?
So the Neighborhood Watch program is not an HPD program per se. It's a community program that's supported by police department staff. So, and I don't know that necessarily correlates directly with CSOs. We usually have our crime prevention specialists and our district command folks that engage with the Neighborhood Watch group.
And we call it Neighborhood Alert, so that might be the confusion. So Neighborhood Alert and that sort of convening of community members is supported by our crime prevention specialists and PD, but it is a community organized group.
So if Q3 is focused on CSOs, I think that's what we just heard the chief say.
Yeah.
Does that make sense to combine that with Q2, which is dispatch, or do we keep those separate?
Separate. That's very separate. Community service officers don't do dispatch. It's very different.
So just I think we were thinking like, maybe combining it to be one assessment of the police department and it's, but then it's going to be
dispatch,
one big project.
Yeah, but dispatch also dispatches for fire and EMS, and so it's different. So it's not just a police department function.
So just to summarize, C3 and C5 are folded under Q3, and that's the only change. Okay, and
yes, I think we captured that. So we're going to leave QC2 as its own project. We're going to remove QC3 and QC5 from the list because they will become added as sub-bullets under Q3.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Andrews.
Q2B, QC12. So this back. 311.
Chief?
I think they need to be separate.
Yeah, I mean, 311 is a completely different function than, I think we don't have the capacity right now to sort of handle the emergency calls we're getting. So I think I'd prefer to keep them separate just so we could make sure we're shoring up and implementing the dispatch assessment recommendations we've done, and then potentially looking at an expansion or something different down the road. And then we'd also have to look at how that intersects with 211, which we already have. And so then there's just the sort of complication there a little bit. So
I think the mail would guide residents a lot of them.
Yeah, it's very confusing.
So any more comments? Councilmember Roach.
Yeah, I was wondering if that we could merge Q8 with QC22. I think they're the same thing.
So QC22, add additional enforcement agent against owners of empty storefronts, and Q8.
Yes.
Engage owners of vacant building properties to encourage activation starting in the downtown. Any objections to that?
Nope.
QC22.
Okay.
So we're striking QC22. Okay.
Okay, so to confirm, we will strike QC22 because it will be a sub-bullet to Q8.
And the other one was back to, I think George's point is, Councilmember Hayward's point is merging QC24 with Q10. But were you trying to distinguish those two, Councilmember Hayward?
Oh, I wasn't asking to merge them. I was more so saying Q10 is asking for us to figure out how we can staff a public arts role.
Okay.
And there's a lot of public arts projects. And so I would ask my council members to consider casting votes to fund staffing a public arts program versus small separate projects, because it sounds like there's enough work for somebody on staff to do.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments before we go to our prioritization? So this is a long list. Oh, Councilmember Andrews.
Q19, Q20, and Q21 sounds similar to me. Maybe combined.
So they are a little different. So Q9, and I don't know, Regina, if you want to talk to those a little bit, because.
Yeah, I think that the difference is 19 specifically is around training, 20 is about a toolkit and implementing projects, and 21 is about a particular project. So I could see how 20 and 21 could be combined, but possibly 19 standing on its own specifically for training.
Can we do that?
So make those one line items.
So combining items Q20 and Q21. Sounds like there's no objections to that.
Thank you.
Okay. Q21 and Q20. So we would just combine those so there'd be a single line item.
I think you have another question. Another question.
Additional question, Councilmember Roach.
Yeah, what the comment, work with hospitals to provide street medicine to those in need for Park Royal. I'm just wondering if, like, explain that as far as like it's so specific, within our group. So I'm wondering.
Yeah, so the street medicine program I read about is university is asking residents of that university hospital to conduct street medicine. So it's not waiting for a patient to come into the hospital to actually bring it on the street and support the heart program.
And who would
it would be our local hospitals and their residents or universities.
We're just asking the city to coordinate with them on that, or fire, or
if they want it. If you don't want it, it's fine. But
no, I didn't know.
Yeah, and
it's an idea.
there's also county programs that are already funded to do some of that work. So, I think it's a funding and a capacity question for our local hospitals. Who I.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to be hospitals because that street medicine can be conducted in barber shops or other places. People are.
So currently, the Mobile Integrated Health Unit is engaged with, for instance, the Tiburcio Vasquez street teams. There's a lot of that is decided by medical control on these topics. So County Medical Control is the oversight body that oversees our paramedics. The real route to get to what it is that you're speaking to, Councilmember Andrews, is what's referred to as alternate destination. So taking folks to places outside of a level 1 mental health facility or outside of an emergency room. That is state law that needs to change in the health and safety code. And that's currently in the pipes and working through. The real route to get there is with advanced practitioner in the streets. So a PA or a nurse practitioner in the streets. That's the very reason why we have a physician's assistant on the MIHU for about 30 hours a week. And they are providing those, but we're taking baby steps to just jump right into changing a Foley catheter out in the street. Takes a level of understanding and communication and comfort for people to get to that point. But that's definitely where we're headed. And I think leaving it where it is and letting us fine tune it as we move on the MIHU side is totally appropriate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional comments or questions? Okay, so this is a long list. You get 16 of each color dot. And so come get your dots. If there's no objections, we'll go into the break right after this and reconvene at 7:55. Is that okay, or do we want to reconvene at 8? Do you need a little bit more? 7:55 it is. See you then. Okay, I want to bring us back together. All right, are we ready to move on to our next category? Mary, should we wait?
Yeah, we weren't the first time, but a microphone. We weren't.
Okay. We're going to keep rolling. Good energy, everyone. We're working through this very well. That was the hardest one. Yeah. So the next priority area here is invest in infrastructure. And this was actually the category that had the highest level of agreement, and agreement that it aligned with that the project lists were in line with your priorities. So, and it also aligns well with your current work plans. So all good there. Let's take a look at some of the specific feedback that we heard from you as city council members. So a few specific feedback items on specific line items. So on R15, new police building. Police building is a priority for safety reasons and build a public safety building. On R6, add bike lanes. There was a desire to specify those as protected bike lanes. And we have improved transportation options. We heard that that was a priority. So shuttle services to access BART and developing a loop road to discourage commuters passing through downtown. We heard several comments around developing, activating, and beautifying strategic areas such as downtown, Tennyson, La Vista Park, and industrial area for tech jobs. And also to address the digital divide and ensure that there is good internet connectivity for businesses downtown and along Tennyson.
Thanks.
And from the staff, we heard, we continued to hear about staffing concerns, specific requests that the council should review the current capital improvement projects in the Public Works and Utilities Department. A lot is happening, but the department is short 20 people. And the Bike and Pedestrian Advisory Committee, referenced in RC5, there's a suggestion that that should be delayed due to a lack of staffing. Some other comments and suggested revisions are more coordination is needed with environmental services and the rest of the city team to prevent dumping and protect natural resources like waterways. And lastly, to make infrastructure investments that make downtown more attractive to new business. All right, so now we're looking at the list here. Councilmember Sirap?
Yeah, when I hear a question like, we can't take on this project because we're struggling with staffing, is recruitment just assumed to be the underlying project for the department? Because like, I feel like I would pour a bunch of stickers on to like, just focus on staffing up this term.
Yeah, I mean, recruitment is part of the big iceberg, so it's not considered part of this. I'm wondering, I can't remember if in strength and organizational health, I do think we have some projects that are related to the HR strategic plan, which includes develop a talent acquisition plan for citywide and critical positions, and then citywide compensation philosophy, which would also help with recruitment. So it is addressed. It's sort of because there are some special things that we need to focus on.
Thank you.
Great. So similar here, we're working on clarifying questions and suggestions for improving the list. Councilmember Roche.
Yep. Right away till we get to the list. Yeah.
No, we're there, so it's all good. Yeah, we're working with the orange list, invest in infrastructure.
Okay, great. I wanted to ask, so, looking at the feasibility report on the new police building, and then there's RC6, which is at the police station, renovate bathrooms, place carpet. I just wanted to ask Kelly about these, sort of what the time frame is, and is this already in the budget? This things have to be done.
Yeah.
Need to be done.
So there's a couple different elements. So, for example, a new police building, new public safety building, even if we started today, is going to take 3 years to and we don't even have plans. It probably is 3 to 5 years realistically. So in the meantime, we have some facility needs at the existing building. The roof was leaking. The locker room spaces are not sufficient. So the council has approved, either this council or prior councils has approved funding. We've already replaced the roof at the build. No, it's okay. I'll wait a second.
She didn't like your answer.
Yeah. I'll give her a second to come back so I can respond to her question.
Can I ask a question? Why please check over?
I'll check.
You don't want to use. Yeah.
Councilmember Anders.
About the 3 miles, the 3 miles for sewer line. Are you going to meet that target, or is it becoming?
You're not going to meet that target.
And I tell you why.
I mean, I know why.
So
can you specify the item?
3 miles annually is a lot of height.
R17.
Exactly.
Sorry, R17. R18.
So one of the reasons is the high cost. The cost of replacing 1 mile of sewer line is about $3.5 million. So 3 miles is $10.5 million. The entire allocation to replacement right now is $7 million a year. So we have all kinds of pump stations, other reservoirs, other facilities. We cannot do 3 miles of pipeline every year. We cannot. 2 miles.
So do you 2 miles?
Yes.
So should we be adjusting this, or
that's my recommendation, unless if we want to increase our rates and generate the amount of money that we need.
So adjusting it to 2 miles instead of from 3.
I would hate for them to
As Ms. Gonzalez is over there kind of nervous.
Yeah, I would hate for them to keep this in this target. So is it possible to change it to 2 for both sewer and water? Or just sewer?
I'm okay with that. I'm just curious where the 3 came from.
I think that was in the original strategic roadmap as an aspirational goal, and construction costs have gone up significantly since then. So
exactly.
If we're for both, 2 for both, Alex?
For both.
Okay.
So is there any objections to changing that to 2?
Is that okay?
All right, so we're changing
Sorry, just how much are we laying annually currently? Is it 2 already? I don't want to lose a little bit of the aspiration, you know?
It's about 2. It's about 2.
So maybe 2.5.
Yeah.
We have 2.5 miles. You want 2.5?
So this year we combined 2 years of funding. So we did close to 5 miles of sewer line and 4.5 miles of water line. So about 2 miles, 2.5 miles.
2.5.
Okay, we'll put aspirational of 2.5.
So the decision is being made to change it to 2.5, not 2.
Yes,
all right.
correct.
Thank you very much.
And then
wait, so this is for 2. This is for both R17 and R18. Great.
Correct.
All right.
So back to Councilmember Rocha's question.
We can all stop eating high
It's a big sacrifice.
I don't know. Well, you can when you just eat it when you're not about to ask a question. So we are doing. So for example, we are building kind of and it was approved by council, the contract for the design work to build sort of an upgraded locker room facility. It's modular, but it's going to be like an actual facility that will be constructed outside of the building in the parking lot and have like sort of covered access for folks to get between the buildings. And one of the thoughts is thinking about how we can repurpose that in a new facility and not lose the $5 to $7 million we're going to invest in building that new locker room facility. But it's like we need to make the build. There's just some basic like I mean, if you've been inside that building, yeah. So.
This should be.
Yes, they're both.
Whether you said necessarily, if this is in the works, that's.
I don't know that it's necessary because the budget's already been approved for it. So, but it is, it does, if you want to prioritize.
Are all items of RC6 in the budget? Because we have a replace carpet and public art as well here, right?
The public art is not in there, but renovating the bathrooms and we're just replacing the carpet. I don't think the bathroom renovation, but that maybe is that referencing the locker room renovation? I don't know who added that project.
I did add it. Those were, so the bathrooms obviously need to replace the locker room. The facility that you talked about also has a bathroom.
Yes, it does. So that would be, yeah.
So
other than the public art, the carpet and the bathroom / locker room renovation is already budgeted for, and council's awarded the contract for the architectural design.
Right, and for the carpeting too, because I got from a couple of sources that carpeting in the building was the adjective that they use, but what comes to mind is problematic.
So the carpeting is separate, and that's done through maintenance services through a separate contract. The bathroom renovation is a major capital. So there is funding to do the carpet repair, the painting, but it's just going to be done through a different contract than the locker room, because that's actually a new construction that's going to happen.
Public art could go under a different category completely, so if you want, we can remove this.
Because it is funded.
So the proposal is to remove RC6 because most of that work is underway and public art is under a different category. Are there any objections to removing RC6?
Thanks, that's all I was getting at, because it seems like it needs to be done, and I was hoping it's being done, and I don't want to waste it.
Okay, being removed. Councilmember Sirop.
Just want to make a impassioned plea for RC1 to begin figuring out how we're going to fix the loop. I know it's like, I won't get into it, but if you know. And then RC10, work with AC Transit to beautify bus shelters. I want to clarify that it's not just about beautifying the bus shelters, it's about improving the ridership experience. And so really the hope here is to make the transit stops, whether they're smaller quick build stops or larger shelter stops, just more usable by residents to encourage them to take the bus and make the experience of riding the bus more pleasurable. And also making an impassioned plea for that too. Thanks.
So are you, Councilmember Sirop, are you suggesting amending that item to say?
I don't want to wordsmith RC10. I just want to be clear to everybody in the room that it's about improving the ridership experience. It's not so much about just beautifying the bus shelters.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Councilmember Andrews.
as also been saying for RC3, the intersection of Tennyson and Caledonia, it's not just about beautifying that area. There's a lot of street racing in that area. So sometimes they go over the median because it's so flat. So I don't know how to think like traffic calming. Some kind of traffic calming. It's just
beautification, right?
yeah. I don't know if we should have plans for that.
So does it make sense to add that language in here to implement beautification and traffic calming at the intersection?
I want to hear from Alex about the traffic calming.
We don't have that in our work plan right now, but we can include that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we still prioritizing here, or you just?
Please prioritize. Yes.
So it would be helpful to add that, to specify it, is what I'm hearing.
Kelly, can I comment on number 1?
So I just want to, before we move on, I think we've made the decision to include the traffic calming element on RC3, correct? And
Yes,
I,
that's fine.
Great, perfect. And I think we have a comment from staff. Is that okay? Great, sorry.
So the loop took a lot of work and a lot of resources, a lot of planning to implement. And obviously it was not something that is good for our downtown and didn't do anything for us except to allow traffic to go through our downtown. Redoing the loop is going to take a whole lot of work and effort and money. I actually reached out to ACTC to see if we could put some bike lanes in the loop portion. And they said, no, we don't want to touch the loop. That is not part of our agenda. So this is very prescriptive, the way that this is worded here. I want a little bit more flexibility to be able to look into it, give you a report about what it takes to start doing something about the loop and not send all of that traffic that now goes through the loop into our, local streets and other locations and see what it takes, how much effort, how much money it takes to do the loop, how much money we have left in LATIP to pay for it, and so on.
I recognize this isn't going to get fixed overnight. I think the point is to begin that work, begin those conversations. And I don't want to wordsmith this specific proposal right now, but the hope is I want to prioritize that those conversations are happening now rather than later.
So I think his concern is just there's some very specific recommendations in here, and I think maybe just making it a little broader, which is evaluate options for the loop, and then that gives staff a lot more leeway, and it doesn't necessarily say we're doing these exact things necessarily. So
the language will be evaluate the loop alternatives?
Yes, correct.
Is it the Hayward Area Planning Association part that is causing some heartburn, or?
No, because we will part of the whole conversation will be engaging stakeholders and, working with our partners in that process.
Joking.
I know.
So it seems like we're aligned on just modifying that language and specifying that it needs to be broader and enable more flexibility.
Yeah. It's really just the first sentence, because I think, being very specific about making a street two-way, we don't know if that's even, if that's the best thing, if that's going to be the best thing that's going to help make things better, those kinds of things.
Okay. Councilmember Roche, I think, had something. Is that correct? Am I right?
Just really quickly, maybe this is a question for Alex's, on R9, the complete Jackson corridor landscape beautification, and then RC8 replace the existing design. So that's part of the beautification of Jackson. Just wondering whoever wrote that and would they be amenable to that, and is that reasonable? Okay.
That's fine.
So is that okay? Was that your inspired interest? Okay. So on R9, we'll add replace and relocate the existing gate. Is that in the works anyway? That sign?
Replace and relocate the existing gate. Is that gateway sign?
And I agree with you. That's actually the first
And that's
thing.
merging.
Merging RC8 and R9.
Okay.
That was recommended by the Keep Hayward Clean and Green Task Force.
Yeah.
Okay, so RC8 is going away, and it's now part of R9.
R9, yeah. And we just got a little message from our maintenance services director that the carpet replacement in PD will start in 2 weeks. So,
all right,
just FYI.
Thank you, Director Roman.
listening.
Yes, he's online. Sending text updates.
Great. Mayor.
Also, regarding the loop, so I know that in years past, we have had discussions, and we've actually had, renderings of potential configurations. For example, the Five Flags area, right? The widening of the street or widening the median. That's one. Two, we've also had discussions and council reports regarding A Street, like you just mentioned. Now, I thought A Street was already sort of slated to sort of be reconfigured back to two-way, but
It may be. I think we're just want to leave all options open, and I think especially with the sensitivity from ACTC about even evaluating the loop at all, I think just being as broad, like we need to make it safer, we need to slow traffic down, blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
So not to interrupt, I don't want to interrupt you, but I just did. But the thing is this, is that I just wanted to, say, because, I'm sure there are some folks listening to us right now talking about the loop. I just wanted to affirm what Director Amiri said. The conversation about the loop is that, it's not going to be done by Monday, right? And so forth. But this is a major, major, major project. That's first. Two, incredibly expensive, period, right? And, the third thing, in which I think is incredibly important, is that ACTC, they won't touch this, and he's being very polite, the Director Amiri. ACTC won't touch this with a 10-foot pole, right? They want nothing to do with the loop at all, right? So we just have to be mindful of that. And so, we can say it, we can talk about it, we can pound our fists on the table about it, but at the end of the day, it's going to be a very difficult project.
Okay. Thank you very much. I believe we're getting set to dot vote. Are there any final questions or clarifications? Councilmember Zermenio. What?
It is our seat, and we can be looking.
Okay. Councilmember Andrews.
I was just wondering if there's a way we could just recap the concerns, just like a high level recap of touching the loop in a future council meeting, and just touching, because not all of the council members are familiar with how complicated this issue is. So I just think that they might need a little bit of a briefing of it, as well as at least a wise consulting report on it, just so they're aware, because other people are going to come to them about this, and I just want them prepared about it.
I think we could do
a report, or even just a one pager for
a work
them.
session, just to go through, because we actually, even after the implementation, we made some changes, and we changed the timing of the signals to, like, especially at the Five Flags area. So even the original implementation of the loop did get modified slightly after we saw some sort of vehicle conflicts and some other things that were going on. So I think staff can definitely give an overview of kind of what the original project was, the things that we've done differently, and some of the other plans.
I think it would be beneficial to the public too, just to
absolutely,
say we were responsive to it. But in the interim, we could still look at it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Andrews. All right, are we ready to vote? All right, we're going to get 8 this time, I believe. There. It says 10. Okay. That's actually 10. Yeah.
I'm ready.
Yes, ma'am. Because I run at that intersection, and I remember the change because now it's just so much better. Yeah, there's no weaving, and each segment goes independently. Yeah, this is like a true test of how much can I make for all the projects going down. What's my result?
Still upstairs? Yeah. Unfortunately.
I guess the secret is to get her early.
We also, if you wait a little bit, you can see if something already gets there. It's true. It's not an exaggeration.
No, I'm sure it was an option.
In today's dollar.
That would have been super fun. Until the earthquake hit.
Yeah, or the first accident, like
that money in the next 2 years.
Yes, before 2025. Well,
All right, I think we're ready to come back together. We are missing someone. Oh, okay. All right, wonderful. We're ready to move on. We have 2 more to go. You are all doing fantastic. So we're going to do grow the economy next, and then we'll finish up with our organizational health category. We have just enough time to get through these. So thank you so much for helping us stay on time and on track tonight. All right, so for grow the economy, in the survey from all of you city council members, we heard mostly alignment that this looks like the right list, but there was some neutral responses. So not as much strong alignment or agreement as some of the other lists. Although we did hear that these align with existing commission and committee work plans. In terms of comments on this project list from council, we heard that programs to develop permanent public art and public-facing events might be needed. Try to fill vacant storefronts as something to be emphasized. Build programs to assist and support downtown businesses. We heard several different suggestions in this kind of category. Ideas for keeping clean and safe streets, providing or assisting with secure business loans by a public bank, business advisory services like marketing and branding, that kind of thing. Also a desire to encourage more civic activity and entrepreneurship through various methods. We heard some different ideas, worker-owned models, using the community center as a way to encourage civic activity and entrepreneurship, also an incubator space, and then a hub for sidewalk vendors, so different kind of ideas in that grouping. Activate local businesses to connect with local students and graduates, so an idea around kind of celebrating graduates and having it be a business growth opportunity as well. And then a police ROP program to create a pipeline of local students to HPD, similar to the fire ROP program. And then what we heard from the staff survey was a question about whether strategically dispose of city property fits in this category, or if it might be moved to another priority area. Focus on the new projects that are feasible activities in the short term. So an education conference was something that some staff supported as feasible in the short term, and also community events and resources to improve neighborhood identity. So those were things that staff thought really seemed feasible in the short term. Drop the idea of a mock government program. So there's a feeling that there's no capacity for that effort. And then suggestion to drop public banking and divestment from fossil fuel investment. So at least one comment about that. All right, so those are the staff survey comments. With that, we'll move into our discussion. Next slide. Are there any clarifying questions about the projects? Councilmember Andrews and then Goldstein.
I take
and then Syrop.
Personal offense, several. The mock government, it's not that you would put it on, it would just participate in another program would put it on. So I would say still consider it. It also is part of your goals of diversifying staff and working with schools locally. And then the other thing about this mock government is part of it brings me back to my first point of earlier in the discussion is some people do not understand the difference between school board and city council, and this could actually educate the community. So I will not drop that idea, but thank you for the suggestion. And that's all.
Thank you, Councilmember Andrews.
That's what actually the word health, not in for the economy, so that they got.
Oh, it got mixed.
I think that staff commented throughout, everything's getting got mixed up in the surveys.
Thank you for clarifying that. So we'll get back to that one at the dot voting, but thank you for clarifying, Councilmember Andrews. So we had Councilmember Goldstein and then Syrop.
Yeah, can I get some clarification on the difference between E11 and E13? The one says continue work on Route 238 corridor lands dispositions and development. and E13 is options for disposing of successor agency parcels on Mission Boulevard?
Yes, so the Route 238 lands are, there's 11 parcel groups that were formerly owned by Caltrans. The city now owns those parcels, and we have been working to dispose each of those in due course of time. There are 3 parcels that are, it's on the west side of Mission Boulevard, right across from the pizza place, like right near the 7-Eleven. There's those vacant parcels that have like a flower tarp on the fence. The redevelopment agency owned those parcels, and when redevelopment agencies were dissolved, they became properties that were owned and managed by the successor redevelopment agency. So the disposal of those is a little bit lower priority because funds we get from that go back to and distributed to the taxing entities versus the Caltrans properties, where we have more of a financial incentive to dispose of those and get those funds back to the city. But there is we still need to get rid of those properties. That's part of the dissolution of the redevelopment agencies, is to dispose of assets, and it would be good to have some sort of master development there. But it's been sort of lower priority, I think, given the development environment right now, and just focusing on the timelines for the Caltrans 238 properties.
Thank you.
Do we have to sell some?
We have to do something with them, and so yes, we.
Alternatively, like, could we lease out the land for development? I'm just wary of giving away public land. I mean, it's not giving it away, obviously. But still.
It would have. So the unique thing about those parcels is it would have to get. So there is an oversight board. It's called the County Oversight Board, and it now has representatives from around the county, and they would have to approve of our disposition plan. So if they were comfortable with us retaining it and leasing it, awesome, great, we could do that. But we would have to go to them to get approval of our versus the Caltrans properties, which is solely in the city council's hands.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Because the whole purpose of the oversight board is to maximize money going back to the other taxing entities. So they may not want to do a lease. They may want to just sell it and get the money and then redistribute that.
Any additional comments or questions? Councilmember Syrup.
So just to clarify, the public banking item got moved into strengthen organizational health out of this section. I'm a little bit concerned that we're being advised to drop language about divesting from fossil fuels when we're trying to be a climate forward city. So I was just curious if somebody could provide context on why we wouldn't want to divest from making profits off of fossil fuels.
This was obviously sent to, as you heard, 70 different staff members, so I'm not sure where that comment came from. So I couldn't comment specifically on it, but understanding the council's priority on greening our city, obviously something we'll continue to look at.
Okay, thank you.
And was there a project that we were going to strike from the list here? No. Okay. Any other clarifying questions or comments on this list? Okay.
Ready.
There were no changes. Okay, great. Then we are ready for our dot voting. We have 8 dots for this list.
Okay, we're getting close. I think we have a few folks out of the room. We'll just wait till they're back.
And a reminder to everyone, the news is we still have people watching you, so there's people sticking at the end, but they do need the mic. Okay, sorry. You're being wonderfully.
How many people are watching?
Like 7,000.
Really?
Okay.
One of them is left. One of those is the full auditorium.
So we have Zoom and YouTube audience that are still with us, which is a testament to the amazing work happening in this room. And we have one more priority area to get through. We're doing great. We're right on time. And this is an important one. This is actually one that has been kind of underneath all of the other discussions throughout the evening. We're going to talk about organizational health. So the feedback on this priority area was everyone was agreed that the project list was appropriate and that it aligns well with current council commission and committee work plans. One specific comment there was maybe it could be improved by refreshing the objectives of the Personnel Commission. And let's take a look at some of the city council comments on staff proposed projects. So I don't. So supporting the police and fire department by investing in their buildings and building wellness programs. There was a specific note here that I think we covered in a previous priority area around a specific project at the police station. So I think that's covered, so I won't cover that here. Policies to support people development and management accountability. And specifically, there were some ideas around 360 evaluations of management staff. There was some suggestions to more directly include our work on racial equity. So there are programs focused on building internal DE&I programs and competencies that maybe should be better represented. And specifically a note about implementing districting for commissions to ensure a balance of representation for commissioners. A few other specific suggestions on R11 to improve the procurement system specifically to enable cost savings, and to reword R12 to be optimize business alignment as opposed to ensuring business alignment. So that was from the comments from council, and then comments from staff. Overwhelmingly, a call to address staffing and funding shortages, specifically adding a bullet on automating business processes to free up staff resources, and lastly, to allocate equal resources to this goal. So that is what we heard from the survey. And so similarly, we'll, can we get someone to help hang this poster up? So we will, let's have a conversation around, are there any clarifying questions about proposed projects, and do you have any suggestions for improving this list to prepare it for voting?
Clarification.
Council Member Sirop had his hand up first.
Mayor, I'll go after.
Okay, Mayor?
Thank you. Just out of curiosity, I know, we have a lot of staffing shortages, and I'm just curious, it's not on here. Just curious.
So it is under R6, which is develop talent acquisition plan for citywide and critical positions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great. That's what I thought.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Sirop.
Thank you. I wanted to axe RC1 because that was on a previous or a different category. So if folks are comfortable with getting rid of it here, I think we already voted on it in a different category. And then I wanted to ask if we could merge RC2 with R11. So R11 reads optimize ERP solution by supporting use of different modules, including the city's procurement system. RC2 says revisit our procurement system to identify potential cost savings and ensure we have up-to-date technology and processes in place. I kind of want to merge those two because I don't want to lose like the process efficiency and like staff time saving aspect of that. But if folks are comfortable with it, it's going to be R11 plus RC2, if that's okay with folks.
Do we have comments from staff about that before we try to get consensus?
Nicole, did you go ahead?
Yeah, no, I don't have any objection to merging those. We are working currently on implementation of a procurement solution. So, we can absolutely add those two together. I think that's fine.
Great, thank you. And then for RC4, about the participatory budgeting process, I want to axe the word annual. Well, actually, I want to take out that whole first sentence. I think the point of this bullet is for us to revisit how we run the people's budget process to find a sustainable way of keeping it afloat. So this isn't about implementing it. This is about how do we make it sustainable. So I want to eliminate the first sentence. So it just begins with, and also eliminate the words action steps. So it begins with have community services staff develop, et cetera. Thank you.
That's helpful.
Okay. Christelle.
RC1. And, okay, and sorry, before I hand over the mic, RC5, the involvement in the public bank, I just want to clarify the scope of work. Different agencies are participating in a working group where they're evaluating the application to create a business plan for the bank. So the involvement here is really just committing staff time to being part of that working group to work on that business plan. It's not committing any kind of funds. So I just want to clarify, this item is going to be before Budget and Finance later on this fall. But this isn't asking for any firm dollar commitment. This is just saying, do we want to participate? Because founding agencies get a board seat in the current governance model.
Okay, so does that require any language changes?
No, okay. Contextualize like the lift I'm asking.
Okay, so I want to just restate and make sure that we have consensus on those changes. So we're removing RC1. No objections? Okay, removing RC1. And we are combining RC2 with R11. Would you like to add specific language in R11 about cost savings, or is it okay as it's currently written?
I'm just adding the language of RC2 underneath R11.
Okay. Is any other differing opinions, or is everyone okay with that? All right. So RC2 effectively becomes a sub-bullet of R11. And RC2 is struck from the list. And
to R12, with technology solutions and processes or something optimized, to the point you said earlier.
So there's a suggestion to add the word "and processes" to the end of R12 by Councilmember Bonilla.
To optimize, I think that's what Councilmember Starr said earlier.
Yeah, creating an IT governance work group feels a little bit different. So I'm just trying to focus on folding RC2 underneath R11 for the time being.
Okay. So it sounded, so is there a need for any revisions to R12, or are we okay? Councilmember Bonilla.
Were you trying to add something new to R12?
No, I'm just trying to figure out how we're combining them, because it's still going to sound like two separate projects. If one is implementing a governance work group and
so I think, Councilmember Bonilla, I think we were looking at RC2
right.
going into R11. We haven't been discussing R12 yet.
Oh, got it. Yeah. Got it. I was going to put in processes on R11.
Oh, on R11.
Yeah.
Okay. Modules.
You're saying optimize ERP solution and city processes.
So it says optimize ERP solutions by supporting use of different modules, including the city's procurement process systems. And I was just thinking about how we're adding processes in there, because I think isn't the spirit of RC2 that we're revising our procurement processes and systems?
The spirit is to look at our processes and make them more efficient, and that includes our procurement system. And it sounds like the ERP solution is how we go about procuring. Is that right?
So, yes, we do have our ERP system. We do leverage outside software solutions as well to provide those services to optimize different processes. What I might recommend is that we leave our 11 as is and add the second part of RC2, so it reads, and ensure that we are up-to-date technology and process in place.
Okay.
Does that work for everyone? Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the last change was just the first sentence of RC4 up to action steps, crossing that out. So it begins with have community services staff.
Okay. Is everyone okay with, is there consensus that, to make that change on RC4, striking the first sentence? If there's no objections, we will do that. Okay, other questions or suggestions for Councilmember Roach?
No, I just really quickly, I just wanted to ask about R1. Is this something we would do anyway? I mean, is this a new project? Is that like a report we get annually anyway?
So this was actually more, we are updating sort of the model and some of the key assumptions. And so this was a specific sort of redo with this council to just kind of go more in depth. So this we don't usually go through this kind of work session with the council on a regular basis.
All right, so it is a new, okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, great. City Manager McAdoo.
I just wanted to, just on RC7, I have a little bit of heartburn about, not about the 360 evaluations. I think that's a really beneficial thing, but I just some heartburn about summarizing the evaluations of department heads and sharing that with the council, just in terms of kind of separation of duties and responsibilities. I think I'm happy to sort of share themes or, from, I think we've talked about this, and the concern is making sure that the council is hearing about, or if there are concerns in departments about department culture. So I think between this and then looking at, we have our employee engagement survey as well. And so when I've done that in the past, I've shared those results with the council. So then you can see kind of by department employee engagement results. I just would feel very uncomfortable sharing performance evaluation because that's really doesn't jive with the charter. And so just want to make sure that we're keeping things clean. So, so maybe just striking the last sentence of that one would make me feel a little more comfortable. So
I didn't get my check because I saw it as micromanagement. I didn't check it.
Councilmember Sirop, would you
Just
want to
respond?
respond?
Yeah, I'm fine with that change because I was the person that suggested it. Majority of our council is new now, and so when we're talking about evaluating our appointed officers, it's important for us to have the data to base those evaluations off of. I understand wanting to have a clear separation of duties, so I'm fine with the change you wanted to make, and I just wanted to explain the reasoning behind it. Yeah.
Okay, so we have a proposal to strike the last sentence of RC7, so not committing to summarizing and presenting to council the management evaluations. Is there anyone opposed to that change? All right, it has been modified. All right. Anything else before our final set of dots?
One done gets an extra dot.
Okay. All right. Well, let's break and we have it. So we have 7 dots this time.
That really paid off. We got some side points here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, one of the higher superintendents. So coming for that one.
Okay. I think we have our final dots placed. So I just want to invite us to wrap up now. And I'm just going to say a big thank you. If we can pull up the final slide. Thank you, Emily. I just want to say thank you. You all have been fantastic. This is a very productive meeting. And I'm going to pass it over to City Manager McAdoo to close us out.
Thank you so much, Christelle and Adam, yay, for facilitating and getting us through all of that. That was amazing. Thank you so much. So just a couple next steps. So through the month of May, we are going to, Civics Makers is going to be working to summarize this, kind of produce the draft roadmap document kind of in final form. We have the budget work session coming up next Saturday, and I know there was some feedback in the survey related to this about metrics around the strategic roadmap, and so we're going to talk in the budget work session about kind of our sort of tiptoeing into performance metrics in the budget. And I know there's also an interest from the council in exploring ways that we can have sort of online reporting about strategic roadmap projects so that folks can go and find quick updates on a regular basis. So we're also working on that. And then in late May, we will have another sort of work session at council, be a shorter work session on the final draft roadmap. It'll be opportunity for staff and the council to provide last comments and feedback. And then we will adopt the roadmap the same night we hopefully adopt the budget on June 6th. And then we'll begin implementation over the next year. And obviously, we have the council referral process if there are adjustments or projects that come up. And then this will be like sort of the new 3-year roadmap, but we'll do annual updates that'll be a little more smaller in scale than this sort of larger update of the 3-year plan.
Quick question.
When it comes to ranking how we've prioritized them, let's say that there are 4 orange dots of those past the threshold in this draft. And then let's say there's one that had 2 orange dots and 2 blue dots versus one that had 4 blue dots. Would the one with 2 orange dots and 2 blue dots be rated higher in priority? I just want to make sure I understand how they're being rated.
It depends. I mean, I think it depends on if the same staff are working on that same project. Okay. So it may or may not. It just depends on if the projects are interrelated, if it's the same staff working on it, and then in which case we'd identify like this project got 2 orange, 2 blue, and it's a higher priority for whatever the reasoning is.
Okay. I just want to understand how you're going to do that calculation. Thank you.
So city manager, when it comes to referrals, just to clarify, if a referral gets, passed, then we would need to have a discussion around what comes off this roadmap to be able to, it's not like we just can keep adding things on via referral that didn't make it tonight, right?
So there's a couple different types of referrals, and in the council handbook, it kind of outlines the process. If it's a referral that's actually going to take staff time and work, what we have asked is to have time to write a kind of a response, like a analysis memo that would share, like, okay, if you want to prioritize this agenda, this item that's in the referral, here's the projects that would be impacted, that would be delayed as a result. And so that's how we've modified the referral process so that we can then, basically provide feedback to the councils. Like, if you want to do this, we can't do these 3 things, because the same staff are going to be working on it. Mm-hmm.
And if we have a good consensus-driven work plan, then we ought not have many referrals. I'm just saying.
I just want to say thank you to the council for your engagement and for sort of squeezing all of this in. I know it's been like a marathon this month or a sprint. I'm not really sure which, maybe a combination of the two. And then we'll have the Saturday work session this Saturday. And then we will slow down and have the recess in July and mid-August. So everyone will get to take a little breather, and we will work to we crammed 3 Saturday retreats that were supposed to be in like February, March, and May into the span of 4 weeks. So thank you for your patience with that. Yeah. Food, yes, we will have. Yes, there will be lots of food on Saturday for the budget work session. I also wanted to. I think this timing worked, and did people feel too rushed? Did this feel like a good, instead of giving up another Saturday, maybe trying to do this on a Tuesday evening? I think probably worked.
A little bit more discussion. Okay. Like, it is kind of nice to lobby each other a little bit, just to fill out, where can we find consensus? Because, I don't know, otherwise we're kind of coming in with our own agendas, and there's not that
for.
Okay, we can think about that, and I think for the annual updates, there will be more time for maybe like, you know, some more trade-offs in years 2 and 3. Yeah, perfect.
And we could have that time and have that interaction if the presentations were all within 5 slides.
No,
well, we let this one go because it was outlining the process of what we're doing.
But
On Saturday, I think.
You will all, everyone has practiced. They're not going to they're like, here's the information on the slide. You have it in paper in front of you. Ask me questions. So you.
Because I do want to, you know, what Councilmember Syra brings up is, you know, in years past, we have spent a lot of times, you know, listening to all of the wonderful, engaging, expert testimony of all the directors. We love it. But we've had very little time for questions. And I think that that's what, you know, and just given sort of the council this round, it'd be nice to have more time committed.
Correct. Yes, and that is the goal. It's given that how many new council members and we have, and this is really the first time for some public interaction with a lot of the department heads. We have focused on making sure that there is more time for questions and less staff presentation.
Director Gonzalez has stated that if you have questions, you should send them before.
Please, yes. So if you do have questions on the budget document or things that would be great to get them ahead of time, and then we can prepare those if there's, you know, things in the document itself, and we can try and get those back before this weekend. That's the goal. So if you can get those to us, great. If
I think we're past ahead of time right now. but I think.
Yeah, even if you can send them and we can't get at least then we know you're going to ask it on Saturday, and so it just gives staff the ability to prepare. That's yeah.
Thank you.
Are you all done?
I am all done.
So I'd like to close that item and move on to the next item, which is adjournment at 9:15. Yeah. Meeting adjourned.